Yeah, I expect a real competitive game, Nick. We've got, Grandville coming out of the OK Red, a highly competitive conference, traditional powers, Rockford, Hudsonville, and, of course, Grandville themselves. So I expect the Sailors to be challenged today.
Well, they're going to find out how to get a lot of accolades going out to the Sailors team, currently ranked number 10 in the state in Division I, and some perennial powers in Division I. We'll go through that later on. It's a high foul ball. A little souvenir for somebody here.
Hey, how does that work at a big ball field like this? Do they have to get the ball back? Normally in the high school, they throw it back.
Oh, yeah, they'll throw it back. Those balls are $7 a piece. So.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. So, they can't be giving those things away. Nice little foul tip here.
High school baseball budgets are, they're pretty close to the vest here.
Yeah. So. Landon Thalman, the senior, on the mound for the Sailors. Another foul ball along that third base line.
Well, it's a good sign early because Landon is pounding the strike zone. So I think every coach wants their pitchers to be aggressive, throw strikes, force contact, hopefully soft contact.
Yep.
And so far, so good.
And yeah, soft contact, the first little hit that was there, it wasn't a hard hit ball. It was right over the shortstop's head, but right in front of the center fielder. So, it wasn't a deep ball.
Looked like he just got in the end of the bat a little bit, but the ball did move off the barrel, and that's what you're looking for.
Nice play there by Pena, the senior. 6 senior starters. For Coach Brandon Bard, head coach Brandon Bard, his assistants Andrew Bard, Brendan Penny, and Howie Bard. Is this going to be caught? No, just not the reach of the first baseman right there.
They started the runner there, Nick, on 3-2, nobody out, so pretty common count.
Oh, okay.
To start the runner, and I would expect him to probably start him again. Try to stay out of a double play.
Right.
When Shores can get a strikeout, we got to strike him out, throw him out possibility here. Let's see if he starts the runner here. Nope, not this time.
No, not this time. Struck him out. Nice ball by Thalman right down the center. One out for the Sailors. 1 on, 1 out. It's going to bring up number 21, LaRue.
I tell you, so it never seems to fail. If we don't have a good Wi-Fi connection, which we don't wherever we are sometimes, we do run into some internet issues. And so far, we're online, we're streaming.
That's good.
We're getting some good stuff. We'd like to thank everybody for watching us. Yeah. So, just so everybody knows, this is one of our first 4-camera jobs. First 4-camera jobs. Right now, you guys are looking at the main or the Kimmin mix from behind the catcher, umpire, and plate.
Strike. 1-1 is the count.
This is our center field look, followed by Cohen and the first baseline look, and then we have Noah in the third base look.
Ooh, there's a potential double play. No, going to get the runner going down to first. Nice play there.
That ball's hit a little bit into the 4-hole, forced Aaron Piasecki to go to his left. His glove size, a little bit of a difficult turn to try to get the force in the middle.
Yeah, right, it sure is.
So you're early in the game. Aaron probably made a good choice there to make sure we get the out, and hopefully they can retire the 4-hole hitter here.
It's either he's doing a 360 to try to get the double play, or he's torquing his body around it. Yeah, it's real tough. You're right.
He'd have to spin glove side there. And,
that's really tough. Yeah,
tough chance.
2 down. Oh, there's a shot down. It's going to go foul. Boy, that was that might have brought in a run. But would have gone down that line, but it does go foul. So the dimensions, you were 402 down straightaway center field. 327 down the right field line and 317 down the left field line.
But it goes out quick, Nick. If you look at the gaps,
Yeah.
left center, right center field gap, they don't have distance markers there. But
No, I see that.
I got to guess it's probably 365, 370 in both power alleys.
Wow.
So it's a big ballpark.
It's a big ballpark, yeah. Probably not going to see a lot of home runs from these kids, then I take it, Walt, right? I mean, that would be a poke.
Oh.
Okay.
It's a challenge for the outfielders. I mean, we're trying to cover, 2/3 of the field with 1/3 of our defense. There's a fly ball to right field. Brady Recknagel makes the catch.
And he gets him out of the inning.
So we've just been told, Nick, it's 380 into the power alleys.
Yeah.
That's an awfully big ballpark.
That's a poke way out there. Want to thank the gentleman from the Whitecaps for helping us out right there on that. So the Sailors give up one hit in a half inning. Sailors going to come up to bat right now, and we're going to have some leadoff stuff. We're going to have see what the Sailors going to come up with here. The numbers 10 ranked team in the state of Michigan in Division I, and you're talking some really big schools here in Division I.
Yeah, and there's the traditional powers. This year, I think most people are going to talk about Orchard Lake St. Mary. I mean, you're looking at a program that probably has 10 or 12 D1 commits on its roster. So
and high school national champions from last year, and currently ranked number 1 in the nation this year.
Yeah, they've got D1 commits who probably have a tough time getting into the lineup.
Wow,
that's a problem most schools would love to have. But
yeah, that's not really a problem. Not when you're looking to win baseball games.
So.
Have they been historically good, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, or have they just now come around the last few years?
I think for as long as I can remember, they've been good. But in the last 4 or 5 years, it seems like they've been exceptional.
Yeah. Yeah, last year especially.
Leading off from Logan Shores, the shortstop, Mason Grandville. All right, will do. Copy that.
Cohen, is that camera behaving now?
That ranking Orchard Lake St. Mary's comes in currently at 11-0, ranked number 1 in the state. Then you got Grand Blanc, 5-0. You have Howell, Macomb, Dakota, Grand Ledge, Battle Creek, Lakeview. Rockford is up there at 6-0. Number 8, Woodhaven, DeWitt, number 9. And then at number 10 at 7-0 currently is the Mona Shore Sailors. So you've got some really big schools there, Walt. 2,500 up. Yeah. Mona Shores comes in currently at 1,256 students.
And there's some traditional powers there when you're talking about, I don't know if you mentioned Brother Rice in that list or not, but they've been historically very good. DeWitt has always had an outstanding baseball program. Absolutely. Okay. They won several state championships. Yeah. So those are traditional powers.
Sure.
Mason Brunworth leading off. I had an opportunity to watch Mason quite a bit this winter, spending a lot of time at Extra Innings, the indoor training facility.
Oh, yeah.
Very impressed. I know he's going to Muskegon Community College next year. Very impressed. A strong kid. Extremely quick bat.
Good work ethics, I take it.
Yes. Yeah, you could see him out there, nearly, I don't know if every day, but he's out there frequently, and he's working hard to get better. So hard work has paid off for him.
Yeah, good for him. Going to MCC. A foul ball.
But he's exceptionally strong. I mean, his core and his legs, are sort of the engine that drives everything. And I've been impressed watching him hitting in a cage.
Mm-hmm. I'll change up there.
It doesn't appear to be a real hard thrower from Grandville.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Not the type of kid that is going to throw the ball by any of the Sailor hitters. So they have to be patient, get a good ball to hit.
The ball outside.
And 3-2 on our leadoff man.
Yep. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's a money pitch right here. There's a little poke. Is it going to fall in?
Yes.
Yep, it's going to fall in just like the Grandville. They're just right over second base, right in front of the center fielder. It's going to put the Sailors with the man on at first.
Take a look at that on the Lake Michigan Insurance Instant Replay.
A little poke. Is it going to fall in?
Yes.
Yep, it's going to fall in just like the Grandville. They're just right over second base, right in front of the center fielder. It's going to put the Sailors, hit a nice grand slam. Mark playing some very good baseball. Ooh, nice little.
Yeah, Mason's got an aggressive lead at first base.
Mark Konechny is going to take his talents to Western Michigan University as a football player, quarterback. Certainly want to wish him the best there, but right now we're going to see what Mark can do, maybe to advance the runner to second base.
Ooh. I bet you'd wish that got that cut back.
It looked like a fastball up and in.
And kind of
Sometimes that's a hard pitch to catch up to. It's
Sure.
close to your eyes. It looks good, but you have to force yourself to make the ball be down, especially if the pitcher has any velocity at all.
1 ball, 1 strike. Konechny with the foul ball. Makes it 1 ball, 2 strikes with the runner at first base. And an absolutely gorgeous day here in the middle of April, 75 degrees, maybe a little warmer here in Grand Rapids.
There goes
Konechny
Mason.
pitched. Oh, there's a strikeout. He's going to get him. It's going to go over his head. The ball is. No, coach is going to keep him at second.
didn't get far enough away over the.
Konechny strikes out, but the runner steals second base. What do we got here, Walt? What number do we got here?
This is Aaron Piasecki.
All right, Piaseki's up. Remember watching him from last year.
So they just sent the base runner. Now what is he doing? He must have a timeout.
What's going on here, Walt?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure.
Are they saying he's out now?
Yeah, he's out.
He's
They've got
definitely
play.
out. There's 2 outs. I'm not sure what they called there unless it had something to do with an illegal slide. So I'm not certain if he had made contact with one of the infielders on the slide. At this point, that might be my best guess, Nick.
Okay, all right.
I can't imagine why else they would have done that.
Right,
I just
yeah.
didn't see it.
No, I didn't see the slide either. I didn't know. Well, high school's obviously different than pro. I mean, my goodness, you're watching pro, they take out people. But, yeah, okay, that does make sense. We'll try to get a report if we can. I'll take a break and go next door and see what it is. But, nonetheless, there's 2 outs. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. There's going to be a little poke for a little second. There's another little hit for the Sailors.
That's a good swing right there. That ball was
really
away,
good swing.
fastball on the outside part of the plate, and Aaron stayed on it, drove it into left field for a base hit.
Boy, so the runner at second, boy, that's a huge second out for us right now because he potentially would have been at third base right now in a scoring situation with only 1 out.
Yeah, he very well may have scored because he's going to be running on contact.
Yes, right.
So, he's in scoring position at second base. And
Right.
with 2 out, I'm certain Coach Bard would have sent him.
Yeah,
but
because it was a blooper. It wasn't, a hard hit ball out there, as as you've been saying. It's soft contact versus hard contact. So 2 outs, 0 balls, 1 strike.
Diego Pena, the catcher.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised with 2 out there running again, and there he goes.
And there he goes. Going to see the pitch, and he's going to beat the throw down there. Boy, that was
very
nice.
And
Yeah,
it's,
that was.
It's unusual to have catchers that run that fast with the work that they have on their legs. I don't know of too many catchers that really have that kind of speed. I think it must be the the three-sport type attitude where you get all of that additional work.
Yeah.
But he's got some good wheels there.
There's a little boop. It's going to drop in. And no. Gansday going to beat it out. Yeah. Runner's going to advance from third into home. To home plate on the errant throw, so it's going to be an error on the throw trying to get the runner out at first. Sailors are going to go up 1-0. I'm assuming that's going to be an error on the Thunder.
That was...
Yeah, that was a bad ball.
Yeah, that just is one of those things that has the Grandville head coach scratching his head because you've got a fairly routine play and get you out of the inning. And
just got a little too excited and the ball took off on him.
Leaves us with a runner in scoring position as well.
Yeah, right, exactly. So a single turns into a double, but the error brings in a run, putting the Sailors up 1-0 here. In their bottom half of the first, there's going to be a foul ball off that third base side. Want to welcome everyone that's joining us on Sailor Nation Sport. Thank you on this absolutely picture-perfect weekend here on the third Saturday in April.
It is beautiful out.
Oh, my
Absolutely
God,
beautiful
it is
out.
just wonderful. I think having Walt with us brings in good weather, too. You know that? Last year we were outside.
It was not good weather.
no.
So it's not really Walton today. We can't take Walt.
Last year, that was...
No, it was windy and
that was
cool. And we were outside. Yeah,
marginally baseball weather.
Yeah.
That's spring training.
Yeah.
And an unforecasted blizzard practically.
One ball, one strike.
This is a
two
big
outs.
pitch right here, Nick, for a pitcher. It's 1-1 to Jason Anderson. I mean, you like to throw first pitch strikes, but even 2 out of the first 3 is good. There's a huge difference between 1-2 and 2-1. In fact, in the major leagues last year on 2-1 counts, hitters hit 351. 1-2 counts, they hit 161.
Wow.
So there's quite a difference.
Oh, God, it's huge. Anderson with a little poke. It's going to be caught on the fly ball on a line drive.
Man.
Inner. So the Sailors out on their bottom half of the first, up 1-0 here.
And we'll take a quick break while they switch out.
All righty. Want to welcome everybody back. Joe Kanukin, Walt Galkowski, and Nick Davros here joining you from the booth. We got Kim and Kotis. We've got Colin Holman and Noah Kanukin manning the cameras all about here at Lake Michigan Credit Union Ballpark. Sailors are up 1-0 here in a doubleheader against the Bulldogs out of Grandville, Michigan.
Kim, and if you would, see if you can look down the third and first baseline and get a shot of our camera workers out there, Cohen, and looks like Kimmon's going to take a first look. You're a little bit more to the left, right in the corner there, right there, straight up by the, yep, you see him right there. You can see him right in the corner by the foul post.
So it's big boy baseball today.
There you go.
And I say
Cohen.
big boy baseball because it's
Cohen
Division
out there
II.
on first base line, yeah.
Cohen, the boys out there, the young lads that they are. Your son's going to be coming home pretty good pretty soon for the summer there, Joe.
Well, not for the summer, for about 3 weeks, and then he's going to be heading off to Cincinnati. There's Noah on the third base line out there.
He's got an internship down there?
He does, yeah, with
There you
GE
go.
Aviation.
Nice pitch here for a strike.
Well, Grandville brings up 5-6-7 in the top of the second with the DH leading off, Ian Sanders, right-hand hitter.
Yep, designated hitter. Number 20 in your program.
Here again is that all-important 1-1 pitch.
Yep.
You'd like a first pitch strike, but like Meatloaf used to say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
There you go.
So,
That's right.
you know, if you can get 2 of the first 3 in a zone, you've got a tremendous advantage. Unfortunately, Landon Thalman didn't do it this at bat.
Now he's got.
But he just evened it up with 2 and 2.
2 and 2 on the count right now. Yeah. The late great Meatloaf, who just passed away a few months ago.
That's right, he did.
Yeah.
You know, I keep thinking every year that there are a lot of celebrities that I just can't believe pass away, and every single year brings a ton more. It's just
3 balls, 2 strikes.
And the scariest part is there are contemporaries.
That's true.
Yes, they are.
That's true.
There's a leadoff walk, which is something no head coach wants to see.
Yeah.
You see the Sailors have moved into a double play depth now. Middle infielders hoping they get a ground ball to the middle where they can turn it.
Okay. Outfielders moving as well? A little
not
bit?
necessarily. We're in the 6 hole here.
Okay. Foul ball?
You know, unfortunately, in high school we don't have an analytics department and, scouting reports, so sometimes positioning is a bit of a mystery, but
right.
The middle infielders certainly have to move up a couple and nearer the bag, so you got to give up something to get something.
Right,
so
exactly.
They're going to
pop fly,
balls
that
in
might
the gap, and that could be
going to
trouble.
drop in. It does. Runner from first going all the way to third. He's holding him up. So it's a stand-up double for Grandville. The first base runner going all the way to third.
And more importantly, no outs.
Yeah.
2 in scoring position. And you take away the double play ball, which means does the infield play in to hold that runner?
I don't think he will here in the second inning. I think they'll trade him a run for an out. The other factor is if you do bring him in, and it looks like they're up at the corners, which is pretty standard. The middle stay back. If you bring him in here and there's a ground ball through the middle or through the hole, then we've got 2 runs scored.
That's another gap shot right there.
That should drive in the run. Paul should go to third base.
It's going to bring in 1. So you get an out, but you give up and run. Tied 1-1 here. Grandville with 2 runs and 2 hits. Sailors 1 run and 3 hits.
Yeah, that ball was deep enough where, we're not going to throw him out at home plate.
No.
So the best course there is to keep the runner at second base. And so that was a smart play by Giovanni Johnson.
Summers up to bat for the Bulldogs. Ball out. There's a strike on the outside corner. Strike 2, foul tip.
Boy, this is a beautiful day for a baseball game.
I tell you, is.
It is.
It's been a long time coming.
A long time coming.
Would like to see back-to-back days of this too. Would be kind of nice. No balls, 2 strikes. High and to the outside. 1-2. Little poke, taken by the shortstop. Long throw to first, gets him out. 2 out. Runner advances from second to third. Out to bat, number 6.
You take away that.
We're 24. We're at the bottom of the order here. This is
24,
number 9.
Yep.
This is the catcher, Nate Woodruff. Oh, good pitch. Just painted that outside corner with that fastball.
Nice called strike.
Foul ball.
Breaking ball on 0-1. He got out in front of it and pulled it foul. Now Landon Thalman's got a lot of choices.
Yeah. At 0-2 right now. He's got a lot of options right here. Boy, strikeout would be huge right now. Just outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs for the Bulldogs. Sailors trying to get out of this inning by giving up just 1 run. That's a little slow roller, taking up, long throw, boom, gets him out. So Thalman gives up 1, stranding 1. Sailors up to bat, down 2-1.
Well, I'll tell you what. That inning was a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
But
he got out of it.
It could have been a lot worse than that. The way that they started, and we got to give them a lot of credit for getting out of it the way that they did. They stayed strong. They tightened stuff back up and made the plays that they needed to make.
Sailors down 2-1 here. Currently ranked number 10 in Division I, undefeated at 7-0.
Well, I tell you what, what would we do if we had weather like this all the time? Like, I could get used to this year round, just like this. This would be okay.
Yeah, well, no need to be a snowbird if that were the case.
No, well, that's why my eldest son, Nicholas, down in Charlotte, says, Dad, why are you still up there? I question myself sometimes when he tells me we're going to be in mid-70s to low 80s all the time now. And
I've got a daughter in Charlotte, too.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So you get nice weather forecasts from her, too, don't you?
Yeah. I call her on those snowy days.
I do,
tells
too.
Me how beautiful it is.
Yeah, I FaceTime with my little granddaughter down there, and Papu, it's warm down here. Honey, it's snowing. Let me see snow, Papu. Here you go, honey, look.
You can have all you want if you want to come up here.
Walt brings up the weather right here. Let's just check and see. What do we got coming here, kids? Okay, it's 75 degrees in Muskegon.
I think 75 and sunny, just like this, is perfect.
51 on Monday, then we'll be in the 40s for Tuesday and Wednesday. Mm-hmm.
It's your typical spring, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to see, what was it, a dozen years ago? It was really, really warm during that time. All right, who we got up to bat here? Number 7.
Jackson Huffman.
Huffman is up. All right.
Boy, Jackson is a heck of a pitcher, too, isn't he?
Yeah, he doubles as the ace of their pitching staff. And, again, another young man who puts in a lot of time in the offseason, working very hard, and only a junior.
He's only a junior,
he's got a big body. With the ball comes out of his hand really nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. He's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
Yeah, third base, nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. He's got some wheels on him too, Walt. So Hoffman beats the throw out on the lazy roller to the third baseman.
I'm going to expect that the Sailors are going to be pretty aggressive on the base paths. I think the pitcher believes it as well, just based on what I've seen from the catcher's throwing arm at this point. I think they'll try to exploit that.
Oh, okay.
I'd be very surprised if they don't run often in this one.
Hoffman staying.
Check swing, he held up.
It's a strike. 0-1 count.
Nice.
Oh, just off that. Hoffman can go to third on that little floater. We got runners at the corner. No outs.
Let's take a 4-angle look at that. On the
Bellinger
nice.
off the bat for the Sailors. Oh, just off that. Huffman can go to third on that little floater. Runners on the corners. Bellinger's up. We got runners at the corner. Sailors threatening here. Oh, just off that at the bottom. Huffman can go to third on that little floater. We got runners at the corner.
Nice.
Oh, just off that. Huffman can go to third on that little floater.
I'm pretty confident we'll see him run now. I don't know if
the
first pitch, but slow breaking ball for a strike.
Yeah. Bryson Bellinger.
Is it still pretty common to try to move that runner up, have him steal almost, without fail?
Automatic, yeah, I would think.
In a first and third situation, you mean?
Yes, correct.
There's a single. It's going to bring in one.
Well, at the higher levels of high school baseball, it's not as common simply because arm strength usually in the middle of the diamond is pretty good. So, I mean, they're much more adept at defending the first and third than you would see in a first and third situation.
Yes, correct.
There's a single. It's going to bring in one.
In fear that the runner at third will score. Well, at the higher level of high school, in a first and third situation, you mean?
Yes, correct.
There's a single. It's going to bring in one.
Move the runners up with a bunt. Well, at the higher levels of high school, in a first and third situation.
Yeah. Okay, you can call it? No. Yeah. God, isn't it great to have Walt right here?
It is.
I mean, it's just wonderful knowing what's going to happen right here. Sure enough, he was squaring up to lay down the bunt.
Composure's a good measure of a team, too, to get an inning like they had and then come back like this.
Squares around for the bunt, no.
To keep your composure after they kind of took it to you the half inning before that. And now they've got a lot of runners in place right now.
2-0 count.
It's real important that Brady Recknagel bunt strikes here. Obviously, if a base on balls occurs, that would be wonderful.
Nice little bunt.
Recknagel
will advance the runners, as you had said, Walt. Joe, you too. Runners advance to second and third. Sailors have 6 hits so far.
That's an unselfish play, and we've got second and third and 1 out, and a chance for a big inning.
Is that called like a sacrifice bunt?
That's
then?
A sacrifice bunt. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
No time at bat charged.
No time at bat charge? None. Okay, so it doesn't hurt the average or anything like that. Gotcha.
Mason Brunworth. We're back to the top of the order with Mason Brunworth. He had a base hit, line drive to center field last trip.
Boy, one of those right now would be huge, wouldn't it?
A little bit of a wild pitch there. Is that considered a wild pitch when it makes the catcher move, or does it have to actually get past him?
It'd have to get past him, and the runner would have to advance.
Okay.
1 ball, no strikes. Gets him on the throw from the first baseman to the catcher. Boy, that was a nice little play right there.
Yeah. Well done by Grandville.
Yep, very well done. Strikes.
Yeah, Joe, if the ball is pitched and the catcher really cannot make it with reasonable effort.
Gets him on the throw.
It's real wide. It's in the dirt. It's classified as a wild pitch. If the ball could be caught with reasonable effort.
Gets him on the throw.
It's classified as a pass ball.
Sure.
So it's just a matter of how that is scored.
Gets him on the throw from the first.
Konechny struck out last time on a high fastball.
Konechny looks like it might bloop in. No, caught by the center fielder. So the Sailors are out of this inning, but they do score 1. And we are all tied up at the bottom of 2. It's 2-2. We're going to take a quick break, but hey, as Joe says, make sure that you come back because you're only going to get about a minute.
Blended Furniture Market thanks you, Mona Shore Sailors, for your support. Have a fantastic game. Try your best and make a difference. Come shop with us down the road at Blended Furniture Market. Visit us on Facebook and Instagram. Go Sailors!
From truck beds to bed beds, we've got your home in auto cover. Combine your home and auto with Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, and you could save $650. That's like 325 gallons of gas, or 21 sets of comfy sheets. So, trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. We shop a variety of insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozicki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pikes and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmcu.org/insurance to get started.
Want to welcome everyone back. Hey, I know we only give you a minute, but I'm sorry. The game's got to go on, and the minute's all you're going to get. We want to welcome everyone back. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. As always, Walt Galkowski is with us for baseball. We got Kim and Kotis, the best in the business, right behind home plate. Noah is down one of the third base line, and Cohen is down right field line. We are all knotted up. 2-2.
The Bulldogs are back to the top of their order. Luke DeHaan, the right fielder who hit a line drive into left field to start the game for them, is up with a 1-0 count. Another line drive to left field.
Oh, it's going to drop in. That's going to be a sure double. It's going all the way down to the fence. It might be a triple. No, he's going to hold up at second. Boy, there's a nice poke.
That's the second hit of the day. He's up with a 1-0 count. Another line drive to left field, both to the pull side.
Oh, it's going to drop in. It's going to be a sure double. It's going all the way down to the fence. It might be a triple. No, he's going to line right there, but it rolled all the way. It's down 317 to left field, 327 to right, and it's a poke out to center field. And 380 in the power alleys.
In a big ballpark like this, it's so important that the outfielders take proper angles. I imagine it's a little bit like football, Nick, when the defensive back is chasing down the ball carrier. He's got to take a proper angle. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're absolutely correct. In fact, we practice that once a week, proper angle of pursuit.
Yes.
Yeah, and you got to do it. Yeah. Well,
and
absolutely.
Very similar in baseball, so... the footwork there is a drop step, crossover step, and make sure you get the proper angle. Try to cut that ball off. Hold that base runner to a single if you can.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, can you confirm something for me? It is 2-2, correct?
It is 2-2,
yes.
And yeah, they're wrong out
there.
The
field scoreboard shows 2-1.
2-1.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind here.
No, because the Bulldogs got a run in the first inning, and the Sailors tied it up in their bottom of the first.
No, the Sailors went up, but they got 2 runs in the second. We're now in the top of the third. And then we tied it up in the bottom of the second.
No.
There's a runner.
Oh, going to get him out. Got him.
Wow.
Hey, well, I got a question for you. I noticed
we tied it up in the bottom of the second.
2 umpires.
Yes.
Has there ever been discussion about having going to get him out? Where you have one at first all the time and one at third.
That'd be great in a perfect world. A couple of factors there, Nick. Number one, there's such a shortage of umpires.
Yeah,
it's my understanding that last year, maybe this year too, there's junior varsity and freshman games with only 1 ump working because they just can't find enough.
They can't find enough.
And the second thing is, budget-wise.
Yep.
It costs money. I know in the Great Lakes League where the Clippers play, there was a proposal by the umpires group to add a third umpire to our.
So you guys only have 2
games.
as well.
We have 2 as well, and that's what they do in minor league baseball.
Ooh, single hot shot down that third baseline. In minor league baseball, there's only 2 as well.
Yeah. If you come to watch the Whitecaps play, you're going to see just 2 umpires.
Okay. All right. Well.
Now going back to that. Steal of third, I was a little surprised. It's there's all these unwritten rules in baseball, of course, and generally speaking, you don't want to make the first out of an inning at third base or at home plate. You're already in scoring position, and honestly, he didn't have a walking lead, and I'm sure has a nice dirt read there.
Got him? No, called him safe.
So, I'm not sure if that young man went. Honestly, he didn't have a walking lead, and I'm sure has a nice dirt read there.
The dirt
Got him?
on that throw.
No,
Just looking
called
on
him
the
safe.
replay,
Yes.
and I just wondered if he thought he probably had that.
Well, this particular case, yes. So he's getting a secondary lead, and he's watching the plane of the pitch. And if it is in the dirt and the catcher goes to two knees, is going to have to go to two knees as he's taught. That's called a dirt ball read, and the base runner should advance. Pretty hard for the catcher to throw the ball from his knees to second base. It's 127 feet and 3/8 inches.
No one more knowledgeable about baseball. than
Well,
this guy.
And you
Sharing the
wonder why
booth
we
with-
want him
No,
with
no,
us,
I didn't say
right?
it for that reason.
And 3/8
No.
of an inch, too.
You said it because you love and know this game. We just love having you here. Walt.
Appreciate
Oh,
that.
it's just wonderful, Walt.
is.
It's just
It is.
wonderful. It's kind of like when we have a Team Dykstra for competitive cheer.
Correct,
You know,
yep.
like we know a lot about competitive cheer, right?
Well, that's good to know because when the contract negotiations begin,
All right,
I
so
want a
there's no
drive.
single. Now it's going to be blue, but they're going to bring in the runner. Long throw. No, he's going to score.
that was unfortunate because the runner at second base.
All
I
right, so
want a
there's no
drive.
single.
Did not
Now it's
get a
going to be
very
blue,
good
but they're going
read,
to bring in the
on that
runner.
line drive.
Long
We got a
throw.
late start.
No, he's
Both
going
was
to
gonna hold
score.
him, and the ball was bobbled in center field.
Yeah.
He waved him home.
Yep.
It's
So now,
unfortunate.
I did confirm originally the scoreboard was incorrect. It was 2-1, now is currently 2-2.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I
2-2 then.
partially losing my mind.
No,
Partially is okay. It means I still have a
completely.
chance.
I thought Grandville scored in the first. We tied it up in the first.
No, I remember we got out of the first part.
We
of the
did. We
inning
got
with
out
us.
of the first inning.
Okay.
Yes.
All righty. So we're tied 2-2. Top of the third. Grandville brings in run. They got a runner at third. One out.
Oh, runner on first.
Runner at first, I'm sorry.
Ben Ferguson, the first baseman, had a base hit to right field last time. Hit a line drive there.
Our first base look there.
Outside, 0-2. So Thalman having to work a little bit here as a roller. Over to first, gets him out, double play, boom. Got him. Oh, nice play here to get out of
So
the
Thalman
inning
having to
after
work a
giving
little
up
bit
just
here
one run,
as a
Walt.
roller.
Yeah, that
Over
was
to
well
first,
done.
gets him out, double play,
Picked by Mark
boom.
Konechny, too, at first
Yeah,
base.
sure was.
Got
He dug
him.
that one right out. It was
Yes.
beautiful.
So Sailors give up one run on several hits. Bottom of the third, we're tied up 2-2.
Take a quick break and come right back. Welcome back, everybody, from Lake Michigan Credit Union Field. Sailor Nation Sports, happy to be here from the John Vandervelde, the Nexus Realty broadcast booth on an absolutely picture-perfect baseball day. Here we are on this field, and I'll tell you what, I like baseball. I've always been a baseball fan. I played baseball through Pee Wee leagues and through high school and everything else, and I just loved it. So being on this side of it, we were talking about, Harry Carey earlier and Ernie Harwell, and listening to those guys, to be a broadcaster for a baseball game, whether it be Mona Shore Sailors or whoever. This is just awesome to be able to be at the ballpark doing this kind of stuff. And I'll tell you, it's exceptionally fun to do it with Walt Gukowski in the broadcast booth with us. Thanks again, Walt, for joining us for these fantastic broadcasts today. So we are going into the bottom of the third, tied up 2-2. Your Sailors in a dogfight with the Bulldogs. Lots of hits, lots of activity out there. Only 2 scores apiece. Pitching is steady, but the batters are finding the ball. Sailors are up, bottom of the third. Who we got up, Walt?
Number 9, it looks like. Aaron Piasecki, I think.
Yeah, we're 3-4-5. Aaron had a base hit to left field, his first trip. Middle of the Sailor order. We got a new arm on the mound for the Bulldogs as well, a big, tall right-hander. Unfortunately, we don't have his name.
Nice rip to right.
It's going to drop in, go for 2. No, it's going to stay back.
Yeah. Good choice. He probably wouldn't have made that, but it was a good rip down the road.
Yeah, he's just a good hitter. I mean, Aaron has played so much baseball against, he's seen so many good arms, and velocity doesn't really bother him, and he's just as good a hitter as there is in the Muskegon area.
He was pretty instrumental with the successes last year as well. Just a good, all-around good hitter. Contact baseball, really.
He's an outstanding player. Diego Pena, the 4-hole hitter, up. Takes ball 1 way outside.
Diego with a single last time up. Is that correct?
He hit a ground ball up the middle that the second baseman moved to the bag, and if you recall, he threw it away at...
That's correct.
So it was an E4. Sailor scored a run on that, and there
goes
Aaron.
Pitch.
Good aggressive swing. I do think they're going to continue to be aggressive on the base paths. And this particular pitcher looks like a tall, lanky young guy, and he's got a high leg kick. You'd like to have the pitcher deliver the ball to the plate in 1.3 seconds or less. I don't have my stopwatch with me, but I got a feeling he's a little higher than that. There's a move.
Yeah, the Sailors have been pretty aggressive on the base path and with the bats all season so far. A little tighter at first base on the throw over on that one. Definitely looking for the runner on this at-bat.
Well, he's going to have to throw over there. He's going to have to vary his looks, vary his cadence.
Runner's going down. Safe. Got him safe. Ball went on the left side of the bag. Runner come down on the right. Had to reel around, try to get him out, but
his various cadence.
So Sailors runner's going down. Second base. Safe. Got him safe. Scoring 1. Ball went.
Catcher made it close. That was a good throw. He came out of his secondary stance and threw a strike to second base, but Aaron just got in there.
Grandville tied up. There's a little single. No, on the line shot to the shortstop. Runner had to hustle back to second. Is safe.
And that stance and threw a strike to second base, but Aaron just got in there. A lot of people say freeze.
Grandville tied up with a little single. No, on the line shot to the shortstop.
Trying to read the angle of the ball off
Runner had to hustle.
Sees that line drive. He's got to retreat, which means he may not score if that ball gets into left center. But he did the right thing. That's very good base running. Keep this inning alive.
And you can't score when you're out, right?
That's right. There's another steal attempt. Boy. Yeah.
Ooh, just nabbed it. If he would have missed it, that would have brought in another run, but the runner does steal third. Sailors once again in scoring position with the runner at third. We've got 1 out. No balls, no strikes.
And Grandville's up at the corners. They're back in the middle, giving up a run and a ground ball. The second or short.
Jason Anderson is the batter, the senior. Boy, he was a good football player for me a couple of years ago. Really good football player, but he says, Coach, I'm going to give it up and concentrate on baseball. And sure enough to be, he's just a fine young man. Played defensive end for me. This group of seniors is a very talented group of seniors. A lot of multi-sport athletes. There's going to be a high fly ball.
That'll get the run in.
It's going to get a run in, long throw.
Good at bat by Jason Anderson.
Multi-sport athletes. There's going to be a high fly ball.
It's going to tag.
It's going to get a run in, long throw.
Runs on the board is what wins
Good at bat
games,
by
right?
Jason Anderson.
Sailors up 3-2. Sailors have 7 hits in the game so far. Both teams with no errors. And as Coach Galkowski said, it's a well-played game so far. A few errors here and there, but overall it's well played by these two Division I schools. Sailors currently ranked number 10 in Division I, undefeated at 7-0. They will be tested today in both games. It's 402 straight away to center field. This is a big field. 327 down the right field line. Along left side is 317 and 380s. 380 in the power alleys. And not a bad little crowd here for a beautiful Saturday afternoon, gentlemen.
No, not at all. You know, I think, Walt, do you know how many people came out for your game on Thursday? Was it Thursday?
Yeah. I think the announced attendance was somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,242, I believe, was
that
the
right?
number.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it was parents and friends. Some of the students came in. You know, in a ballpark this big, it looks empty, but there's a decent crowd here.
It's a decent crowd, yeah.
Yep.
I was hoping that you guys had similar, obviously.
Yeah.
Anything coming from the Muskegon area, I
Yeah,
always love to see
maybe a
that.
few less, but not too different.
Yeah. But, you know, it's really nice because, you know, it was a 2 o'clock game on a weekday. So now you're asking people,
true.
you know
No,
what?
that's a totally different
versus,
thing, yeah.
you know, versus a weekend where, well, you know, some people, there's a shot, it's going to be caught by the left fielder. It's going to be the third out of the inning, but the Sailors get one. As they go up 3-2, we're going to take a quick break. You can take it with us, but you're only going to have a minute. We'll see you back in 60 seconds.
Welcome back, everybody. It'll be the top of the fourth here. First game at Lake Michigan Credit Union Field. As Walt said, the Bulldogs underway. Foul back.
You know, Nick was saying earlier that, you know, it's a good game, and it has been. And usually it comes down to the guy in that 10-inch hill out there. When he's around the plate, the game certainly has some kind of rhythm and flow to it, and both pitchers have done a good job attacking the strike zone. 68% of the balls put in play are outs. So the numbers would tell you to attack the zone and force contact.
Sure.
Foul ball.
Make them beat you. Don't give it to them.
I've always told my pitchers that, you know what, throw strikes, make them hit it in 4 pitches or less.
Yep.
Hitting is hard. I mean, guys pop the ball up in BP all the time, and when you think about it, it's 1 against 9. So, I like our chances.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, Landon Thalman's done a nice job of pounding that strike zone.
And he's a senior. He's got some, senior leadership is huge, and you've got 6 seniors on this team, and they've been successful. A lot of multi-sport athletes who've been in tough situations, and nothing changes in life like this. It's 3-2. It's going to be a good game. It's 2 well-coached teams, and you got Grandville with 2,300 kids, twice as big as Mona Shores. Nothing changes in life like this. It's 3-2. It's going to be a good game. It's 2 well-coached teams, and you got Grandville with 22. You look at some of these schools. You Brother Rice, Detroit Catholic Central. Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, these parochial schools,
right.
They can pick and choose who they want. Hey, young man, you look like you're got a pretty good, baseball player. We got a pretty good program here. Why don't you come,
right.
with us?
For those that are joining us on the Facebook page, that stream tends to drop every now and then because of our connection here. If you are interested in watching it uninterrupted, make sure you switch over to the YouTube.
It's going to be over the center fielder's head. It's going to turn into a double. Nice look, nice try, just misjudged Walt.
Make sure you switch over to the YouTube.
It's going to be over the center fielder's head. It's going to turn into a double. Nice look, nice try, just misjudged Walt.
Looking at that instant replay, it looked like it was a nice shot in the gap.
That's Justin LaCroix, the third baseman. That's a second double of the day. First trip up, he hit a ball very similar into the right center gap for a 2-base hit. Now he's done the same thing to the pull side, so looks like he could swing it.
Yep. Hey, I got a question, Walt. Now, you and I and Joe have talked about this is a big field.
Yeah.
Do the kids see it as a big field as well, or do they just see it as another baseball field?
No, I think the outfielders have to realize that it is.
There's a lot of room
ballpark.
behind them.
Absolutely, like I said earlier, you've got 1/3 of your lineup covering 2/3 of the ballpark.
Right.
And there's a lot of gaps. There's a lot of space. I think the tendency is to play a little bit deeper in a ballpark this big.
Okay.
Just the ball's going to be hit well out there. You'd rather it fall in front of you if it had to.
Well, you can run faster forward than you can go backward as well.
That's the difference between a single and an extra base hit.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So I think you do adjust a little bit based on the room that's out there.
Uh-huh. Now, where the Clippers play, how big of the field are we talking there?
Well, at Marshfield, it's pretty small.
It's small.
That ball's going to fall in.
It's going to bounce around there. Runner's going to stay at third. So we got runners at the corners. We've got 1 out.
Yeah, Marshfield and Muskegon is a lot smaller.
Is it? Okay.
It's more of a hitter's ballpark.
Gotcha.
Ball jumps out of there. There's a lot of home runs hit.
All right.
This is obviously it's a minor league park, so we got professionals playing in it. And
Brendan Penny, the pitching coach, look like he's going to go out to talk to Thalman right now. So what is he saying to Thalman right now? Do you think? If it was you, Walt, what would you be talking to him about right now?
I'd probably ask him first of all how he feels.
Yep.
I would probably talk to. It looks like they're going to make a change here. I would probably talk to the players about how we're going to defend the first and third situation that we're going to be faced with here. And
so you're going to talk about different scenarios of what could happen.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, we got this many outs, and there's 1 out. We got first and third. This is what we're going to do. There's several plays that they would have in, ways to defend it. And usually, normally, you're out there to give them a little bit of a break, and you might just tell them to, slow down, give them a vote of confidence, a pat on the back.
Change the momentum a little bit now
absolutely.
because it's
Let him catch his
rolling a little
breath. Give him some positive reinforcement.
Sure. Okay.
There's not much you're going to do. I mean, unlikely you're going to give them too many, ideas as to what to do mechanically.
Yeah, right.
Although that's not unusual. Sometimes you may ask a pitcher to deliver the baseball with a little bit more extension or any number of things.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sailors 7-0 currently in Division 1 play, ranked number 10 as we talked. And to hopefully get a couple of wins here, again, it's early, and you talk about baseball as it pertains to how early it is and gelling as a team and everything else. When you jump out to a 7-0 record and you're playing great baseball right from the beginning, how important is that for deep runs into the second season of the
it's like any other sport. I mean, there's certainly momentum, and when you're playing well and you're winning ball games, and you're growing more and more confident. It's critical, and I think for Mona Shores now, as they get into some of these tougher non-league games, it's only going to make them better, because once they get into, hopefully, they're going to get into a regional, and they're going to face the likes of a Hudsonville or a Rockford, and those are good baseball teams. But
and you got to be ready for them.
This team that Brandon Bard has right now is. I was here 11 years as a varsity baseball coach, and we had some good teams, but this team is there's something different about it. Pretty deep pitching staff, and they've got 9 guys that can swing the bat.
Yeah,
so
it's excellent.
They're going to present problems to whoever they play. This is a very, very talented group.
Summers the batter for Grandville, shortstop. So who do we got on him on it? Pop fly?
This is Bryson Bellinger. This is a chance to have a decent play. And he held him up.
1 pitch, 1 out, brings 2 outs for the Bulldogs.
Top of the 4th here in the first game.
And we're at the bottom of the order here, number 9. The catcher, Nate Woodruff, he had a ground ball to shortstop his first trip to the plate.
Throw. Steal by Grandville.
I'm not sure if that ball was...
was it tipped by somebody? It seemed like it died.
It was. Bryson Bellinger got a glove on it. I'm not sure what the play was designed to do there.
Okay.
If that ball was intended to go through or was maybe supposed to be cut by the pitcher. So you can see a little bit different arm slot here. He drops down. A little bit more of a submarine style.
We used to call it, we non-baseball, a sidewinder. We used to call it just for the fun of it,
The submarine pitch, right? Is that what they kind of refer to that as?
Is that what they call it?
Yeah,
a submarine pitch?
pitcher, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It can give, especially a guy from the right-hand batter's box, can give you a little bit of trouble. It's just a little different.
It's going to poke. It's going to bring in 1 on the single. It's going to bring in another on the second. Yeah, it's going to 2 have scored on that little single. The third base runner and second base runner on the hit took off running. Both of them score. It's going to put Rockford. I want to say Rockford. It's going to put Grandville up 4-3. Both teams now have 7 hits apiece.
And we're back to the top of the order.
DeHaan.
Yeah, that kind of hitting.
Right fielder Luke DeHaan. Yeah, they've swung the bat well.
Yeah,
the bottom end of the lineup there.
And DeHaan has had 2 hits, a double and a single, hit 2 balls hard. So let's see if we can get him out this time. Get in there and get a couple more runs and get back out in front.
Can the submarine style pitching throw the same type of balls as traditional pitcher, Walt? Or does the mechanics limit?
The fastball is more likely to have what you would call arm side run. So it would probably be more likely to move into the hands of a right-hand hitter.
Gotcha.
the arm side.
All right.
One of the big differences is any kind of breaking ball, you just can't get on top of it.
Right.
So you're not going to have a traditional 12-6 curveball.
Okay.
It'll be a little bit more of a sweeping slurve, whatever you'd want to
Sure.
call it. But there it is right there.
Right there, and it hit him.
It just didn't.
Yeah, it just didn't get inside. Got it. So we've got a hit batter. It's going to advance that batter to first base, where the Bulldogs have runners in threatening condition now. At second, now at first with 2 outs.
And Carson Smith at the plate, who has struck out swinging and singled up the middle. But as a hitter, it does. It's a different arm slot, so it's a little bit different looking, coming out of a window down in the hip area.
Is there fatigue on the arm like a traditional where you hear, pitchers with the Tommy John surgery, or is there less fatigue and wear and tear?
Honestly, I would say that is probably, and I'm no kinesiologist, but I would think that's more likely, closer to a natural motion than is
the
throwing the ball from, let's say, 12 o'clock or...
Right.
There doesn't seem to be as much torque on the elbows and shoulders from that angle.
And that's why I asked. I agree with you guys.
I mean, you look at a softball pitcher who can throw a doubleheader without too much trouble, but that's a natural arm motion.
Correct.
But somebody that's, especially with a high arm angle, throwing the ball from 12 o'clock,
that's got to be tough.
It is. It puts...
Shot, hard shot.
Good play by Jackson Huffman.
Long throw gets him out. Sailors get out of this inning, though, but they give up 2.
There you see some of the arm strength that Jackson has.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw a rope across a diamond.
Yeah.
We would call that a good hose.
So
yes, it is.
Granville scores 2 to go up 4-3. Each team has 7 hits. We're going to take a quick break, but you come back with us in about 1 minute, everybody. Thank you so much.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231-759-3634 or go see him at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals. Trophy House is your #1 source for fan gear, corporate and team sales, trophies, awards, and more. Visit them in their new showroom, right next door from their old showroom on Henry Street. If it can be logoed, they're your resource. Your brand is their business.
Want to welcome everybody back. Joe, I pointed to the camera just like you said, and Kim and the Bet's in the business getting this going here. Want to welcome everybody for Joe Canogan. We are blessed. I'm Nick Davros, but we've got the Hall of Famer Walt Galkowski here doing a great job, little color analyst, little play-by-play at the same time, but more importantly, though, Joe, he gets all these little details that you know more than I do. I was a baseball player. I was football, basketball, and track guy.
And it's so, I mean, it's like listening to,
I know it.
The people that poetry is about the best.
Poetry. It's just poetry.
100% agree with you.
Yeah. All right. So Sailors are up, down by 1 here, bottom of the 4th.
Giovanni Johnson leading off, number 8 in the order, and he hit a base hit to right center field his last trip.
Just like Grandville, we're going to need some help from the bottom end of the order here to get us into the top and keep it moving. Foul ball.
You were talking about tall pitchers, Nick, and when I was at North Muskegon, and I was there for 19 years early in my career, and I had the pleasure of coaching Drew Namack, who, of course, went on to make a name for himself in basketball.
Sure.
When I saw Drew in Little League, I used to go to watch him pitch, and he was, of course, he wasn't 6'11" when he was 12 years old, but he was probably 6'4" or 5", and he could throw hard, and he would intimidate a lot of those younger kids. But unfortunately, some shoulder injuries that he suffered in football, he never really could pitch after that. But
he was football, basketball, baseball guy then,
in
North Muskegon? I didn't know you were at North Muskegon.
Yeah, I was there for 19 years. I coached for 17. I taught there for 19
wow,
years.
good for you.
Before I came to Mona Shores.
Okay, so it was North Muskegon Shores and then...
Actually, I started at Catholic Central where I graduated from.
Okay.
So
full circle.
It's kind of strange to be back there because
yeah.
it is circle of life, I guess.
Yes.
Big cut, but unfortunately unable to connect.
Well, you went to Catholic when there were a lot of people back. You know, when I was at Muskegon, Catholic was over 1,000 kids in grades 10 through 12.
Yeah, when I graduated from high school, we had over 1,000. We were a Class B school.
Right, back then, yep.
Played in the Lake Michigan Athletic
Conference.
Yeah.
God, what a great conference.
It was a great league.
Yeah. It's too bad it went away. It really was a good conference.
And it was very, very competitive. I mean, it was...
Well, it was competitive in all sports, too, in all sports.
And we were, without a doubt, the smallest school in the league.
Yeah.
That's a tough chance right there. Right fielders, good communication by Grandville.
Those are the ones that you see. Without that communication, it drops in between all three of them. And
well, the second baseman there has to get after it and assume he's going to make the play, and he will continue to do that until the right fielder calls him off it. I always tell my guys, don't call him off it, scare him off it. So they're screaming ball or mine or whatever the coach uses.
Yeah. You know, we were talking about the LMAC. You had Traverse City, Muskegon, Muskegon Catholic Central, Grand Haven, and Benton Harbor.
And when I was in school, Kalamazoo Hackett.
Oh, Hackett was in it then?
Yes.
I did not know that because they weren't there then when I was there.
That ball should.
Might drop. No, the second baseman. Nice play by the second baseman. 2 out, 2 up, 2 out. Correction, that's 3 outs.
Yes, it is.
I missed
I went fast that inning. I was 3 up, 3 down.
Yeah, I was talking too much and doing some other stuff. So we're going to take a short break, but you make sure you're with it, but don't you dare miss us. You got 1 minute, everybody. Look at me. Right. Are yours all off the payroll? We are back, everybody. Kim's not even looking at me now. I gave him the double gun. No, Walt, they become more expensive as they get older, I'm finding out.
That ball is well hit.
Well hit. It's going to be. Wow. Oh, that's a poke right there. That might be a triple. It's a long throw. They're going to bring him to third. No, they're going to hold him up. Boom. Safe. Boy, that was a poke. Well hit ball deep center there. That might be a triple field practically. It's a long throw. They're going to bring him to third. No, they're going to hold him up. Boom. Safe. Boy, that was a poke. Well hit.
But it's a good choice. You don't want to make the first out of the inning at third base.
Well, and they've been driving. I mean, everybody's been banging the bats pretty well in this game, but Grandville's been capitalizing the most.
Grandville with 8 hits on the day so far. Sailors with 7.
Heads up. Not quite towards us yet.
No,
Remember,
because you made the comment, Davros, you better watch it because it's going to come right back at your face.
Your job is
It's what to protect you and
this
Walt?
equipment.
Oh, the equipment.
Yes.
Okay. So I have to give up something.
Walt's behind the glass. He'll be okay.
Yeah, Walt's
There's
falling.
very little chance. I'm not going to get hit, so
No,
you're going to get hit.
Yeah, I'll get me, but protect the equipment.
You see all this equipment?
I see this. Yeah, okay. I gotcha. 1 ball, 1 strike. Makes it 2 balls, 1 strike on the batter. Number 8 in your program. Ferguson, the first baseman.
He flew out to right field his first trip, and then he hit into that 6-4-3 double play. He is the 4-hole hitter. Oh, good pitch there. Painted one right in the outside corner.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Sailors down by 1 here at the top of the 5th. Gonna have to get the rally caps on here with 2 innings remaining. High fly.
That's a good at bat.
Brings in 1. The runner from second will advance to third.
That's good situational hitting, Nick,
Yeah.
because we have, in that situation with a runner at second and nobody out, you want to look for something away that you can hit to the opposite field. Even a ground ball to second base will move the runner up to third base with less than 2 out. Then in that case, a fly ball to right field did the job. So I'm certain that Grandville coach was pleased with that at bat.
Now, Brandon Bard walked out of the dugout and was signaling to all his players to move in. What are we going to see here, Walt? And why are they moving in? I mean, they are well inside now.
Yeah, well, they're bringing their infield into 4 depth, what I would call a 4 depth. They're
Okay.
up on the grass, and they're going to try to cut the runner down at the plate.
Oh, okay. All right.
This
Foul
is a great
ball.
spot if you're a hitter. I mean, the ball hit hard through the infield is on the ground. Great chance of getting it through the infield.
Okay.
But if you hit it at somebody, they will hold the runner at third. The infielder will look him back and then record the out at first base.
Gotcha.
So the hitter's approach here is to try to stay in the middle of the field and try to elevate a ball to the outfield and drive the run in. But as a hitter, you like to hit with a drawn-in infield.
Oh, absolutely you do. 2-2 the count. Foul ball.
And obviously, from Mona Shore's point of view, a strikeout would be huge here.
Oh, enormous, yeah.
And then you've got 2 outs. You can move the infield back, and
To normal position then?
yes.
Okay.
Look for that double play.
Yep. Inside. Makes it 3 ball, 2 strikes. Little blooper is going to bring in 1. Bringing the runner from third to home. Single.
Not what the Sailors were looking for there. And again, we talk about that.
Little blooper's going to bring in 1.
And looking on the instant replay.
Bringing the runner from third to home.
It could have been a line drive snag. It's possible if he would have been playing back, but nevertheless.
Well, the advantage goes to the hitter with the drawn-in infield, but it's the right thing to do, I think. That Coach Bard brought him in, and it's just tough luck there.
The batter, number 7, LaCrue. Grandville now has 9 hits on the day, up 5-3, with only 1 out.
Top of the 5th here.
And a man at first. Need to get it out here for the Sailors.
Throw over to first. Walt, you see teams, 5-3, obviously 2 scores can be, very quick in changing the game back. Is there an advantage right now with the lead for Grandville to be a little more aggressive on the base paths?
When we're looking at stealing bases, I've always looked at it sort of a math problem, and I'll explain that in a minute. But I mean, what I've always tried to do is I've tried to get every one of my players a 78-foot time from home to second, from first to second. 78 feet meaning you got a standard 12-foot lead at first base. So I need to know how fast each of my players can go that 78 feet. And then what I would typically do is simply time my pitcher, the opposing pitcher.
Okay.
So, for example, if he's 1.3 to the plate from his first twitch until the ball hits the catcher's mitt, and the catcher has a mitt time or a pop time when it hits his mitt, throws it to second base, and it hits the middle infielder's mitt. If that's 2.2, then I know that I've got 3.5 to steal that bag, if that makes sense. It becomes a math problem. So it does help knowing that, the chances of I've got a chance to steal this base. And but I don't know if you'd be any more aggressive if the numbers aren't in your favor.
Right.
Okay, if Walt
It's two
Galkowski
batters
just
hit in a row.
saying this math problem is not a Telly Award winner type situation, I don't know what is right now, okay? 2.1, 3.3 equals this. If you can't do this, and he pops it out of the glove. We've got to get some type of award with Walt here, okay?
Yeah.
Joe?
Well, I
Joel?
mean, I could come up with an award for Walt.
Well, I could too. There's no
Absolutely.
question about
Well, listen, trust me, guys. Being here with you is award enough. I mean, come on.
Touche, and having Kim in and everybody else with the camera with the young lads. This is just good. Okay, so we've got a discussion, Walt. What's going on
Well,
now?
the discussion is out there. We have two batters hit in a row.
Yeah, well, and they've loaded the bases with
Yep.
one out, and he's struggling a little bit.
Yep.
He's thrown quite a few pitches this inning. I don't have a pitch counter on me. Average pitch count, what you'd like to see, is 15 pitches or less out of any pitcher. Anything less than 15. Looks like he's going to make a change. This looks like Mason Brunworth.
Okay. Walt, how deep do you go with the relief pitchers?
Well, that's the thing in high school baseball. A lot depends on how many games you've got coming up next week.
Okay.
And who's available and who's not.
Are you limited then on pitches per week by the MHSAA?
They do. I believe they follow pitch smart guidelines. I've been out of high school baseball for a while, so I believe that the maximum number of pitches they can throw in 1 week is 105, or 1 day, forgive me, 105. But I'm not sure on that, Nick.
Well, that's a lot of pitches, isn't
yeah,
it?
but there are guidelines called pitch smart, and once you throw X number of pitches, you have to rest X number of days.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, I don't have that in front of me, and I can't recall it.
No.
But so sometimes you hate to say it, but I've left pitchers in situations where I probably should have taken them out if I didn't have a lot of more depth, and I had a big conference doubleheader on Monday, and
Yeah.
you have to.
Well, you got to pay
juggle it
what's
a
coming
little
down the
bit.
pipe
That's
too,
correct.
as well.
Because then you're going to find yourself in a big conference game in the week without any available arms. So
Yep.
that's always tricky.
No, it's yeah. And you brought up a great point about softball. Girls can go game after game after game after game if you want. I mean, you can pitch a girl 3 times a week. It's not going to hurt them because of the rotation that you said. Yeah, it's a different sport.
And I think in football you're going to use as long as he's healthy, the same quarterback every Friday night.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
In baseball, if you've got a number one, Mona Shores has good pitching depth, but some schools will have a number one, and if he's not on the mound and you're throwing a number 3 or 4, your team looks completely different.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it still comes down, in baseball, it still comes down to that guy in that bump. I mean, if he's good, makes life easy.
How does it affect a game like this where you have a doubleheader? How many pitchers do you carry on this team? And those innings potentially could have carried over into.
Well, obviously, it puts a lot more stress on your pitching staff because you're going to use up a number of pitchers in 1 day.
Right.
But, the positive side of that is you're getting some kids more work who normally may not get it.
Right.
And, but if they can throw the ball over the plate and, you throw it, they hit it, we catch it.
Yeah. I'm looking at what Walt was bringing up right in Michigan. It's 105 pitches, as you said. Now, it's not uniform for all states. In Iowa, it's 110. You go to Kentucky, it's 120. And they were the highest. There were several schools, North Dakota. Oklahoma can't start an inning after reaching 120 pitches.
Yeah.
So, it ranges from 105 to 120, And that's really for the protection of the athlete, isn't it?
Yes,
Get
absolutely. Yeah. So, and it'd be pretty rare, I think, for most high school coaches to stretch somebody to 105.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think once you get up into the 80s and 90s,
Well, you start thinking about it.
Yeah, that's the new school thinking. Now, if you had Nolan Ryan here, he would tell you that, pitchers don't throw enough.
Yeah,
so
right, yeah.
In the old days.
Yep. Well, you and I are old school
changed.
coaches
Yeah.
back in the old days. Yeah.
But you want to protect the young man's arms.
Absolutely. Walt, is there then a coach on your staff that is strictly counting
he's
pitches?
Counting pitches.
Yeah, okay.
It's either a coach or one of the players with a pitch counter, and he's counting pitches.
Okay, I got you. All right, so somebody is designated for that. Mm-hmm. I got you.
3 balls, 2 strikes here. A lot of inside pitches. These Mona Shores pitchers are staying to the inside on Grandville.
Sailors down 5-3. We are at the top of the 5th inning. That's been the longest inning that we've had so far.
That ball was inside, too, I believe.
Yeah.
Mason missed inside. This is a big pitch right here. I mean, you don't want to give up another free base. It's free 90 feet. You don't want to give away 90 feet for free. I mean,
and a run with bases loaded, right?
So, those I call them freebies. Those 90 feet, which result from
pop fly. It's going to be caught by the left field. No, over his head. It's going to bring in 1. It's going to bring in 2. Runners are going to stay at 2nd and 3rd. So what looked like a sure goes over his head. It's going to bring in 1. It's going to bring in 2. Runners are going to stay at 2nd and 3rd. So what looked
tough chance.
Yep.
One of the things outfielders have to do, and I'm not sure this was the case with that ball, but it's called drifting on a fly ball.
Sure.
You can't arrive at the spot the ball's going to come down at the same time the ball gets there. You have to beat it to the spot.
Yep.
But if you drift a little bit, and I'm not sure he did there. That ball was just well hit.
It was a well hit ball. I'm looking after what you had said. You look at the outfielders. Boy, that outfielder's really divided into in half. Boy, there's a lot of ground in front. There's a boatload behind him on a big field.
There's a lot of green out there.
There's a ton of green.
Yeah.
Well, and the hit count, of 17 between the two, and we're in the top of the 5th.
Yep.
There's a high fly ball.
High fly ball over to the left field. He's positioned himself, and boom, he's out. It's going to bring the runner in from 3rd. Grandville scores another one to go up by 5 runs, 8-3. Still 10 hits. Both teams, though, with no errors. But a 5-run lead here in the top of the 5th, and there are 2 outs now.
Yeah, there's a lot of green, and they've been finding it throughout the game.
And when you bring the infield up, which they have to do there, that even opens up.
Yeah, it evens up even more
because the little flare that the infield may be able to make a play on when they're back may fall in. So
you look at the spacing between the center field and the right field and the center field. It's a big gap there too. Yeah. I mean, you're right. There's a lot of turf out there.
There is, and it's the outfielders sometimes are overlooked in terms of their importance in the overall team defense, and that's
really. Wow.
I mean, I've had to move kids to the outfield from an infield position where they have played the previous year, and when I delivered that news, sometimes their chins in their chest like they just got demoted. But it's critical.
I can see that.
And of course, I was an outfielder, so I took offense to that. But they're critical to a team's defensive success.
Oh, absolutely.
And if you can run, and if you're sure-handed, and you take good angles, it makes a world of difference.
Catcher in center field was what I did.
Yeah.
I was
catcher in center field.
And our outfielders today have played well. They've played well. I mean, they've hit some balls hard. They've hit some tweeners, and we're just going to have to hold them here. And we got time to put some more points on the board.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs. Sailors need to get out of this runner at second. Grandville with 10 hits now.
And we are back at the top of the order too, Nick.
Which is huge.
Yeah. Because he's been hit by a pitch and he's hit 2 balls hard, both to the pull side.
All right.
Single and a double. So this young man has had a pretty good day.
Down low. We got a full count, 3-2. Need to get in out here to get the rally caps going for the Sailors if they want to remain undefeated. It's going to be a tough sled. The windup. And he walked him.
Going back to your point, Walt, again, you've got to put in a position for them to hit the ball. If you're not hitting the strike zone, there's probably a lot less likelihood that they're going to swing at something bad. You're going to give them that free base.
Yeah.
Make them work for it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways you can give away 90 feet. Obviously, walks, hit batsmen, errors,
right?
A balk, catcher interference.
Those are all negative stuff that we're mentioning right here, isn't it? Wow.
Throwing the ball to the wrong base and have the batter runner get at what I would call a backside 90, move up a bag because we threw it to the wrong base. So, Nick, you'll appreciate this because I'd liken those, what I call freebies, to turnovers.
Oh, yeah.
I imagine if you're in a football game and you throw 3 interceptions and you lose 4 fumbles, you're not going to win most likely.
And have had games like that. Yeah, and they're ugly games. Yeah, they're
giving away
games.
free bases.
Yep.
And we're going to be the beneficiary of some of those, and we're going to give some away. But usually the team that wins that freebie war will win the game.
Yep. And then, during football season, we call it, penalties. Penalties are huge, too.
Sure.
It's just a mental mistake like that you made, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
They can be drive killers, Joe, that we talk about.
It is.
So, going back to what Joe said, just being able to pound that strike zone and be aggressive and force contact is so critical.
Yep.
And, give Grandville some credit. We've done a pretty good job of that today, but they have found the barrel.
3 balls,
and
no
hit
strike.
a lot
There's
of
going to
balls
be a shot
hard.
over to the third baseman. Is he out? Boom,
nice
we
play.
got him.
That was a nice play.
Nice play by the shortstop.
Done a pretty good job of that today.
Get to third out,
but they
Sailors
have found the barrel.
Sailors 3 balls,
and hit a lot of balls hard.
Over to the third baseman. Is he out?
Very
Boom,
nice
we
play.
got him.
Looking at that instant replay, I got to tell you, that was some really good heads-up thinking. And that shortstop was moving to his right. To turn around and try to get the force at first would have been very difficult, so he took the third base and he got the throw
Probably the only play he had.
Yep.
And it was well done.
So Sailors give up 4 runs. Grandville goes up 8-3 as we enter the bottom of the 5th. Grandville with 10 hits, Sailors with 7 hits. We're going to take a quick break, everyone, but please come back. We're going to see if those Sailors can get the rally caps on to try to make it a little closer game. Want to welcome everyone back. If you are just joining us, the Sailors, we were tied. We're no longer tied. We were down by 5, 8-3. Grandville with 10 hits, Sailors with 7. We're at the bottom of the 5th. The rally caps have to come on here. We're at the top of the order, as Coach Kalkowski said. Always glad to have the coach with us. We've got Kim and the best in the business right up here to our left just a little bit with a great view. We got Cohen and Noah along the baselines right here. But my dear friend, the tech wizard that he is, Joe Knukin behind the board. I'm Nick Davros. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast. It's the bottom of the 5th. Walt, what do we got to do other than score runs, and how are we going to do it?
Well, we got the top of the order here, Mason Brunworth. He's hit a couple balls hard, and we need to get some traffic on the base paths and put some pressure on him. The pitcher has settled in a little bit. The last inning was probably, I think, about a 12-pitch inning.
Yeah.
And so what we'd like to do is You notice him out there, he's a little too comfortable, as I like to say.
Yeah.
So
he's got his groove going right now.
We need to get him into a set position, a stretch position, and put some pressure on him. So let's hope Mason can get on to start the inning, and we can put a crooked number up there.
High and inside. So Walt doesn't just want a straight line number. It's got to have a bunch of curves and cooks. There's a shot to the second baseman. Scoops it, throws it, and out. One up, one down for the Bulldogs of Grandville. Out of the OK Red, it's OK Red versus OK Green. Kind of a crossover.
I tell you, it takes merely a couple of hits in a row to get the momentum swing back. Yeah. And that's what Mona Shores needs to find right now. Bottom of the fifth, they still have some time to do it. They don't need to do it all in one chunk. They just need to find some bats.
Yeah, get some traffic on the base paths, one pitch at a time. Sometimes you press a little bit, you try to hit a 3-run homer with nobody on, and that's not the way to get back into this. So, get a couple base runners, somebody finds a gap and doubles, a couple runs in, and all of a sudden it looks
Mark Konechny up. Nice single by Konechny. The Western Michigan connect for
good-looking hitter.
For Western. Commitment to Western. Play a little football. Nice hit. So we got runner at first. One out.
Yeah, this is exactly what we needed. Just get some bats on baseballs.
That's Mark's first hit of the night. Good to see him getting on right now. Maybe we can get those rally caps going.
Aaron Piasecki's hit 2 balls hard. Impressed by how he uses the whole field, Nick. The first time up, he hit a line drive to right field. Into left field. Next time, he hit a ball down the right field line. So his approach is really, really good. Not trying to pull.
Oh, swing tip of the bat of the ball.
Kind of makes the defense have to cover all the X's.
Yeah, cover the whole field, literally. So 1-1 to count.
Well, do you see much shift like you do in like college? And not even as much college as
it's pros. You see a ton of shift.
The thing about shifting, it's great, but I guess it's great. A lot of the purists don't like it, but it could be in a year or two they may outlaw it. But nonetheless, the thing about Major League Baseball is they've got an analytics department. They've got
little bloop right there. It's going to drop in. Konechny's going to go to second. Piasecki. So he was to the right, to the left. Now he's right across the middle right there, Walt.
That's just a young man that can hit. I mean, that's as simple as that. But going back to what Joe had asked, they have such a large sample size. They've got people who are crunching these numbers. They're developing tendencies. You're going to notice in Major League Baseball now, they've got most of the defensive players have cards, positional cards in their caps, and they're looking at that and understanding where to position.
Wow.
They have, similar to what we might do in football, there's a fly ball to center
field. Fly ball might drop in. No, the left fielder comes up, keeps runners at check at first and second, so it's 1 out for the Sailors, 2 on.
And, similar to football where you've spent a lot of time scouting and trying to develop tendencies, et cetera, they're doing the same thing in baseball. The problem in high school or even college, you might play a 3-game series with somebody, but you don't have a very large sample size.
That's true.
So, you might keep a spray chart like this where okay, his last trip, he hit the ball to left field, he hit it to the pull side. So we may shade a little bit that way, but it's such a small sample size, you really don't know. Aaron Piasecki's a good example. He's using the whole field.
Yeah.
You wouldn't shift on somebody like that.
No.
Why would Major League Baseball want to do away with a defensive strategy type thing? From the purist standpoint.
Yeah, well.
Is it because they say it's taken away something from the game?
Yeah, a little bit, and I guess, and you're seeing so many guys hit the ball right into the shift.
Which is the analytics.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You're right. Well, it's kind of like football, where you can't touch the quarterback anymore. After this and that, and it's tough. It's so tough to play defense in the pros because you lay a finger on a guy, there's going to be a flag right there. Well, that's part of the game.
In the last several years, too, Major League Baseball has worked hard to create more offense in the game. And I think the shift takes away some of that.
Sure.
People come to the ballpark.
They want to see offense.
Personally, I love a 1-0 game.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it's more exciting than 15-12. But most people want to see offense. So.
Well, as a defensive guy, I'd love to see a shutout in football. I don't want to see a 50-6, our game that we saw, 56-57.
Oh man, that was an incredible game.
Ford Field after we beat
Walled Lake Western.
Walled Lake Western, yeah, exactly. So, Walt, I got another pro question. Guy running from first to second intentionally tries to take the second baseman or the shortstop out. Are they looking at trying to protect runners that way, or is it just part of the game?
Yeah, they're trying to protect the middle infielders there. They have to slide right into the bag now.
Oh, good.
The rule used to be in Major League Baseball that as long as you could reach the bag with a hand, so if you get a shortstop coming around on a double play ball to the outside with his pivot, you could go right at him as long as you were within reach of the bag.
Yep, okay.
And that's not allowed anymore.
Good. No, that's good because I've seen some games I said, oh, my God.
The same thing at home plate to avoid those kinds of collisions they used to see.
Oh, yeah.
The catcher has to give the base runner part of the plate to slide to.
All right. So we are at the top of the sixth. Sailors down by 5 still, 8-3.
Looking for a quick inning here.
Yeah.
We are really looking for a quick
1-2-3 inning right here.
And they've got 3, 4, 5 in this inning. Because again, as the left fielder Braden LaCroix's had 2 hits and 3 at-bats, and he's hit all 3 balls hard. So
1 ball.
You see why he's probably in the 3-hole.
Yeah.
He handles the bat pretty well. It's like a big, strong kid.
Ball 2.
Yeah.
0-2 the count on LaCroix.
Advantage LaCroix. So, obviously you're better pitching from ahead. He's going to be looking for a ball in the middle of the plate somewhere.
And there it was right down the center for a strike. Nice swing by LaCroix.
How many people, it used to be you get up on a pitcher 2-0, you just take. At that point.
Yeah, the plate's 17 inches wide, but when you're ahead in the count, the ball's
Pop
well
fly
hit.
to the left fielder. Boom.
Easy out. When you're up in the count and it's 17 inches wide, you don't want to try to cover all 17 inches. So, you're gonna shrink that zone maybe to 11 inches in an area of the plate, a zone that you like. Most guys like it in. So you look for something maybe in the inner third of the plate, belt high, that you can absolutely hammer. Stay off any kind of breaking pitch unless he hangs it. But as the count works into the pitcher's favor, then, especially with 2 strikes, now you're going to have to widen the zone and maybe cover 23 inches, 2 inches in, 2 inches out. I guess that's 21. Forgive my math.
You're forgiven.
Okay. Because you just don't know. You got to protect. You're in survival mode, but you got to do what you can to put it in play. Make them catch it, throw it, and then catch it again. And sometimes what we forget too is
there's a nice strike.
2-0.
There really isn't anything. There's no such thing as a strike zone. It's an umpire zone.
That's true.
And it's different all the time, and you have to adjust to it.
2 strikes. No balls. Boom. There's a pop that over the shortstop's head out into the center field, and it's going to be a single for Ferguson. It's going to bring up number 7 right now, LaCroix. No, correction. 20, is that 20?
Yeah, Ian Sanders, he's the DH.
Sanders. Yep.
What do you think about the idea of automated strike zones for the Major League?
That I don't like.
The purist.
They're doing it now. They're not calling balls and strikes, but they're giving umpires post-game reports on how many ball strikes they've missed.
Sure.
That type of thing. So I don't think we should take the human element out of it.
Oh, I agree.
That bothers me. It's just part of the game.
I know that they've talked about a few of these changes potentially only affecting when you get into the playoffs, so to speak. Like they talked about football, where every team now will have a chance while they're in the playoffs to get back on the field. No sudden death.
Yeah, the overtime rules.
Right.
Yeah.
So some of these things are becoming more.
But that's a good rule. That's way overdue.
In the playoffs only, like that human element kind of a thing, where it's more high stakes when you're getting to the playoffs kind of a thing.
You hate to have a game determined sometimes on a coin flip.
Sure.
No, exactly right. Well, you look at all the cameras on pro football. They've got pylon cameras. They got this cameras. You can challenge this. It's amazing. Every touchdown in the NCAA is looked at now, and
every change of possession is looked at.
Yeah, right. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 1 on for the Bulldogs of Grandville, representing OK Red Conference.
I don't know. I think baseball's fine just the way it is. I know they want to speed it up. I don't know. When I go to a ball game and there's extra innings, I'm usually happy. I get
Getting
to
your
watch
money's
more
worth that way then, aren't you? Do you go to a lot of pro games, Walt?
As many as I can. I like to come here and watch the minor leaguers play.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I spend a lot of time watching baseball, whether it's high school baseball, college baseball.
Do you watch much on television, or would you rather be in person?
Oh, I'd much rather be in person. I'm not sure that they talk about TV ratings for baseball. They're down, all of this and that, but I've never believed that baseball's a great TV sport.
I agree with you.
I think football is.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather watch it on TV than be at the stadium watching football.
I would too. I agree with you.
That's just my personal opinion. But baseball, there's something about being at the ballpark, the way that it smells, the way that what a jump he got, no chance.
No, yep.
Wow.
I think pro basketball has gotten way too long, too, especially the fourth quarter with the timeouts and the fouls.
Yeah,
I think it's just, I don't enjoy watching it. I don't watch much pro sports at all anymore. I'm more of a college, high school guy now.
Well, I do watch a lot of Major League Baseball. So.
Oh, I'm sure you do, yeah. 8-3, 1 out. Runners at first and second for the Bulldogs. Sadler's trying to get out of this inning. There's going to be a hard shot. That's going to fall in.
No, got him.
Center fielder makes a nice hustle to get over to the ball. 2 out, 2 on.
Sailor's a little.
Number 4.
Well, it's important to get out of this
140.
inning because, they're down 5 and it's getting late, and we really can't afford to give up another run.
No. Hunter for the batter. Grandville with 11 hits now. Sailors have 9. Look over to second.
Important thing here, in a possible, I'm not sure he's going to steal the bag, but with a runner at second, you have to stop his feet. There, you can see that.
Pop fly.
That's trouble.
It's going to be a tough one. That's going to drop in between the right fielder, center fielder, and second baseman. Runner's going to score. Tough one. That's going to drop in between the right fielder, center fielder, and second baseman. Runner's going to score. Second run to come in.
He just didn't pick it up cleanly.
No.
He scored from first base on a flare to right center. That was tough.
Got some wheels. So now the Sailors have entrenched themselves into a deep hole, being down by 7 runs here in the top of the 6th. With a runner at first, we have 2 outs. Sailors are on their 3rd pitcher of the day here in game number 1.
And it's tough in high school baseball, too, because everybody's a two-way player. You don't have what we would call a PO, which is pitcher only. So, a young man like Mason Brunworth here, he's going from shortstop to the mound, and, next ball game, unless he were to DH, he's probably going to be in a position again, too. So that puts a lot of stress and strain on his arm.
In the years that you coached, did you ever have any pitchers only? Can you remember?
Yeah.
You had a few?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say I've never had a team where our ace, our number 1, was a PO.
Okay.
But I've had some kids that, might have been a 3 or a 4.
That were pitchers only?
That were POs, yeah.
Sure, I gotcha.
And is that because the ace is just simply that good of an athlete? You don't want to take it away from...
Pop fly,
Yeah,
first
because
baseman hovering
A lot of
underneath it.
times, the pitcher's one of the best athletes on your team. It's
Right.
like a pop fly in the infield in the major leagues. The pitcher would just get out of the way, and not catch that baseball. Somebody else would. But in high school baseball, a lot of times the pitcher's your best athlete.
Right.
So, you let him make that play.
So the pitcher in Major League Baseball, right? They rarely make plays unless it's a bunt to them or a line shot to them. Why is that? Okay, so pop fly. Why do pitchers? Are they afraid they might get hurt?
No, it's just not something
it's
that they
just
do.
like
They practice. They work at.
Sure.
I mean, pitchers will do that. They do a lot of what is called PFP, which is pitchers fielding practice. So they'll field bunts. Do a lot of that in spring training.
Sure.
They'll cover first base on a ball hit to the right side.
Yep.
They'll work at backing up. So they do have a role, obviously, in the team defense. But when it comes to a pop up in the middle of the diamond,
You've got four other people there that can come to get it. Yeah.
who are paid to do that.
Right.
So the pitcher stays out of the way. But
I gotcha. Okay.
in a high school setting, in most cases, that pitcher is, a lot of one of your best athletes. So it's a little bit different.
Nice shot of us, Noah.
Hey, got a question for you. Brady Rose. Will he be playing any baseball at Ferris? Have you heard anything I hadn't heard, just out of curiosity?
Actually, Ferris doesn't have a program anymore. They haven't for some time.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
When
That's
I was,
unfortunate.
Well, that answered that question
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah,
quick.
That's unfortunate.
They haven't had it for several years, quite a long time. They did, like when I was at Central playing, we used to play Ferris every year.
Okay.
Midweek game.
Uh-huh.
But I bet they haven't had a program since the mid-'80s.
They don't
been
have
that
track
long.
anymore now either, I
Yeah.
know.
And I believe, I shouldn't say that because I don't know for certain, but I believe it's just a Title IX issue, maybe, in terms of balance of
Baseball, softball. Yep.
Yeah, just the balance of
Yeah.
female
Women,
versus
men,
male sports.
not
but
number of
I'm not
sports.
sure about that, but
Wow. Okay.
yeah.
So the Sailors have another opportunity here, bottom of the sixth, down 10-3. They've got, and again, we've got 21 hits between the two teams. Sailors with 9 of those, and it's not that they're not able to hit. They just need to string them together a little bit better and get some runs out of them.
Jason Huffman, the batter, Joseph.
Jason, we mentioned he is probably the number one ace on the team right now as far as athlete and his pitching.
nice.
Earlier in the season, I believe it was against Union, is that correct, where he tied the single game record for number of strikeouts, 17, if I'm not mistaken? Was it 17?
I think,
Yes.
well, the number is correct. I think it was Union. I think you're right on both accounts there, Joe.
I mean, Jackson is he's a upper 80s kid, but like I said, he's not a max effort kind of guy. When I've seen him throw, the ball just jumps out of his hand. He's got really a high ceiling, I think. He's pretty impressive.
Little scoop on the bounce up to the second baseman over the first for a 1 out for the Bulldogs. 1 up, 1 out here. We're at the bottom of the sixth. Sailors going to have to try to get a couple runs here and maybe a couple runs in the bottom of the seventh if they're going to pull this game out here at Lake Michigan Credit Union Ballpark. It's a doubleheader. Ball one, high into the outside.
Skies have turned a little overcast. I'm sure that Noah and Cohen are happy about
Kinda
that.
liking
They said
that,
it was a little warm out there in the sun, but
Okay, this is kind of press box we need right here for us in Saturdays.
absolutely.
High, nice seats, a lot of space, a lot of things to lay things out on. You think Athletic Director Conrad's listening to us right now? Just
No.
Todd?
well, I mean, he's probably watching it, but he's not listening to us, especially not talking about that press box.
Yeah, no, probably not.
It is always nice, and I love being at home. I do enjoy being in our press box. Sometimes it get a little crowded up there, depending on the contest and whatnot. But
Foul ball.
we get the opportunity to be in a press box like this, or like when we're at Ford Field,
Yeah.
Wow. I'll tell you, the space, the utilities, all of that kind of stuff really makes a huge difference.
Yeah. All right, there's poke. It's going deep, and the center fielder backs up, makes a nice little play. 2 up, 2 out for the Sailors. Up number 11 for the Sailors is going to find Luke Offerman.
This is Luke's first trip to the plate.
That's got to be Mark Offerman's son then.
It is.
It is, isn't it?
I've had the good fortune of spending some time with Luke and working with him in the off season.
Good for you.
And
well, Mark's just a dear friend and love him to death. Geez, I'd like to see Mark.
Great family.
Yeah, great family. 3 up, 3 down, so the Sailors don't get anything here. No runs, no hits. We are at the top of the 7th. Sailors down by 7 as we enter the 7th inning, and
there's an example there too, Nick, of Caden. Caden Dewey is the pitcher from Grandville, and that particular inning, I don't think he threw anything but a fastball. You know, with a 7-run lead, he's just trying to force contact and make sure he doesn't walk anybody, and he just challenged every one of Mona Shores' hitters.
Yeah, and it's probably his best pitch, I would think, then, right? He's going to give.
There was no mystery to what he's doing. He's throwing fastball after fastball, not trying to get cute. He's just trying to be efficient and
get outs as quickly as possible.
And you know, we hit 2 balls really hard that inning.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, right at him.
Yeah,
we got another. Oh, this is still Mason. Yeah, so. I've always told kids, you know, anytime you square the ball up and you find the barrel, it's a win. A hit's a bonus. You know, you just can't control where it is. That's why I've always felt that, you know, batting average is a ridiculous way to evaluate a player's skills, because why would you evaluate somebody with a statistic that they can't control?
But contact, you could certainly look at that. Is it
a lot of teams, and I've always kept quality at bat chart.
Yep.
So any hard contact, I would consider one of the ways that you can have a quality at bat. And to me, that's a much better determinant.
Sure.
Of a young man's success, contributions, etc. So.
I see you going for a walk, Cole. You good out there?
I was trying to find a master, but it's locked.
Yeah, you're probably going to have to come up on the concourse. If you want, go ahead and do that. I'll just take your shot where it's at.
I got Mark Offerman's number. I'm going to give Mark a call in between games. I don't know if he's here. I'm sure he's here.
I would guess.
Did you see him?
I did not see him, but I'm going to guess that Mark is here.
Yeah, give him a call between games, see if he wants to come up and chat with us a little bit. It'd be kind of fun to have Mark up here and talk. So there's a nice hit to start the top of the 7th inning over the second baseman head. Puts a runner at first base for the Bulldogs of Grandville. Grandville's got 14 hits now.
They've swung the ball.
They have
swung the bat impressively.
Yes, they have. Coach has got to be pleased with this.
Well,
up by 7 now.
You know, you talk about that quality at bat when you have good contact, even if it is contact and it's a line drive out, or you know, the shortstop snags it or something like that. Eventually, those are going to straighten out and find holes.
Oh yeah,
you know?
I believe
so you're
it.
right. You're absolutely right.
Sometimes kids don't believe it, but it's true. And sometimes you'll get a kid that'll hit 4 balls right in the nose, and in my opinion, he's had 4 quality at bats, but his average, they all turned into outs, and his average dropped 30 points, and he leaves the park with his chin in his chest, feeling bad.
Yeah.
When in reality,
another base hit.
Another base hit right here. Runner's going to hold. First baseman's going to hold up. The first base runner's going to hold up at second with that single. The Bulldogs have runners at first and second here.
You would think the Bulldogs were swinging at soccer balls out there right now.
They're seeing it pretty darn well right now, and that's a leadoff man again, and he's had a heck of a day, Luke DeHaan. He's been a thorn in our side, trying to keep him off the base.
Strike on outside corner.
Center fielder Carson Smith. 1 hit on the day. Line drive in the middle of the diamond. really can't afford to give up any more here.
No.
No, you're down by 7.
We got a pretty big hill to climb as it is.
Well, how many players do average teams carry? Or schools like Shores and Grandville, let's go with.
You know, I historically I've always had about 14 or 15.
Okay.
You know, you try to get kids into games when you can, and you know, it's like everything else. Sometimes it's not possible.
No.
But
how many pictures do you keep then out of that group?
well, I'd like to have as many as I can. You never have enough. You never have enough pitching.
No, you don't.
So, like I said, you don't like to go into a game like this and use up 4 or 5 pitchers because that handicaps you the rest of the week.
Yeah. Pop flies are going to drop in.
Should be there.
No. Right fielder gets it. Everybody runs back. 1 out, 2 on for the Grandville Bulldogs. Up by 7, 10-3. 14 hits for the Bulldogs so far over these 7 innings. And they have scattered them all over the place.
Yeah. This is a guy that's really hurt the Sailors today, Braden LaCroix.
Yes, he has.
Hitter. He has, I think, found the barrel every single time.
LaCroix, the left-hander. There's a strike.
Strike 1.
Yep. It's absolutely perfect right now, too. You got
breeze
the boys
coming in.
Yeah, the boys have got to like it. It's just going down a little bit, little breeze out of the southwest. LaCroix with a solid hit's going to bring in 1, maybe. He's bringing him in. The throw to home is going to be short.
Nope.
LaCroix's going to go there, and he's safe. LaCroix with the double. It's going to bring the runner from first all the way to third. The runner at second comes in to score, and Grandville is up 11-3 right now with hit number 15.
So that's an example of what I would call a backside 90. So that batter runner, we didn't hold him at first base. Could have kept the double play in order where we could get out of it with a ground ball to the middle. But we missed the cutoff man there.
Missed the cutoff,
and he's moved up. So
and eliminates a double play option
so
now.
He got a free 90.
Okay.
And I'm sure Coach Bart isn't thrilled about that.
Inside pitch.
But that's baseball too. And I always said to kids, we never lose. You either win or you learn. So.
Really?
That's a great way to say that.
Yeah, no.
I mean,
is that how you do it too,
no,
Coach?
No. I'm learning something from Walt right now. What did you say? How did that saying go again?
You either win or you learn. You never lose.
it wasn't that good, Nick.
I've never heard that. I like that one.
Okay.
I always tell the kids, you know what?
Nice strike. Outside plate.
I don't mind making the mistakes at practice because at mistakes you learn. That's one of the 2 ways that you learn. You learn 2 ways, either by mistakes or you never knew it, or you never knew it to begin with. Right? Make all the mistakes in practice you want. I don't care. Because you're going to learn, and I don't want you to just do I want to see them on Thursday night.
Yeah. And, you just want to see effort.
Right.
Great effort.
Yeah, I just want to see effort. I want to see you give your best all the time.
No coach is going to coach effort. That's got to be a given.
No. That's got to come from your heart.
Yeah.
And if you can't give me effort, then, son, maybe you can't play for me then.
No.
And that's a tough pill to swallow for some of these kids. Because some of these gifted kids think that, I'm good enough, I'm okay. Well, there'll be somebody better out there for you to look at. There's one down the pike for a strike. Strike out there.
Well, the Sailors have had a tough day so far, but I'll tell you, this is a very, very talented team that we have.
Oh, sure.
They're just fine. I mean, it's one of those days where not too much went right, but as the season wears on, they're going to be a force, and they got a chance to make a long run. So, made some mistakes. Give Grandville a lot of credit. They've swung the bat really well.
So, Walt, let's just assume down the road here we don't win this game. What do you talk about? in between games. Okay, the undefeated season's over with. It's behind us. And what else do you talk about?
Probably very little. I mean,
other than this is a new game, let's play like
let's
it.
move on.
Yeah.
It's a new day. I think I would typically take a lot of notes in the dugout, and I would address some things that maybe we need to do, clean up a few things, but I would do that in practice.
Yep.
I don't, I wouldn't get all over somebody.
No.
That kind of thing. I mean, kids.
There weren't any glaring mistakes out here, were there? They just hit the ball well. I mean, our pitching didn't match up with their hitting.
Yeah,
I mean, you take it away. I mean, we gave up 15 hits.
Tip your hat to Grandville. We swung the bat good. Scoreboard tells us 9 hits. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but we have squared a lot of balls up, hit a lot of balls hard.
Walt, when you were coaching, pop fly here a minute before we get in at second baseman hovering underneath that. Boom, makes a catch. So that's a third out of the. So we have come to the bottom of the 7th. It's now or never in game number 1 here. The Sailors now down by a big number by 8. We're going to stay here, Joe, if we can.
Let's go ahead and stay. Yeah, sure.
I got a question for Walt, that, and it may be more of a football, basketball. Do high school teams film games? So do you have a guy videotaping your game?
Some high schools will do that.
Did you ever?
No. I never filled a game, but I did use film a lot in the wintertime and in the off season.
Of what? Film of what? Your players in past games or other teams? Or
mostly I'd use that to coach hitters.
Oh, okay.
So,
motions.
Right now at Extra Innings, our training facility, I still do quite a few lessons out there. I had a lesson this morning at 11:30, and I'll try to film kids, and I think they can learn a lot from seeing
absolutely.
themselves.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
So a one-on-one such
game, yes, those types of things.
Yes, right. I agree with you on that. Right. But a game in general, no, because you're not going to. No. I got you. Okay.
And in fact, most of the colleges that are going to film, of course, their games will be on TV.
Right. So you just
get on a local station, and they'll be able to see it archived. But if they have cameras at the ballpark, they would be filming hitters most likely.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. No, that's a good point.
And it is very, very helpful when you can slow it down and see the hitter, his sequence, and everything.
Break it down.
That he's doing.
Yep. Frame by frame.
How about pitching as well? Is there
same thing? Yeah.
Value in their motions?
A lot of value. Yes. Absolutely.
You can tell when somebody's motion starts to drift, or they drop their shoulder or whatever it may be.
A lot of times pitchers will rush, pull their head off their target line. Baseball in a lot of ways is a target sport.
Sure.
Your head weighs 11 pounds, and where your head goes, your body will go too.
Yep.
So if this right-handed pitcher his head's going towards first base, it's going to impact his release point. You're trying to create a repeatable delivery.
Yep, and then adjust to that.
Repeat, so that you can throw strikes consistently. So that's what you're trying to do.
Isaac Habitler.
Habitler.
God, but that name just kills me, doesn't it? Like I got my tongue all over my mouth. So it's the bottom of the 7th. Sailors have got to rally right here. They gave up 1 run in the 7th. They are down by 8. Foul ball. Ooh, that was a close one. See that, Joe? Boy, I was all over that. I was ready to protect.
I did not see the movement that I would like to see out of you.
See a little quicker movement.
I mean, you throw yourself up there like a human shield.
Okay, Joe, I will make sure I do that. Give up life and limb for you?
Not for me.
No, for the program.
Equipment, for the program.
For the betterment of the program.
Another game goal that you'd try to create would be, to prevent any big innings, and then to create 1 or 2 yourself.
Right.
Because those can be a major determinant in who wins. And you'll notice in the 5th when Grandville put up a 4 spot that was a bit of a dagger. And I define a big inning as 3 runs or more. And
okay.
Okay.
So what is he calling here? Well, he's calling him out.
Yes, you're going to have to forgive me because
No.
I've been away from high school baseball, but I
No
believe
worries.
the call is that if you do not make an attempt to get out of the way of a pitch, that it's a called strike.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Wow.
Wow. I didn't.
It used to be, they would not award you first base, and it would be a ball because that ball was clearly out of the zone.
Right. Okay.
But I believe that's what happened.
Yeah,
there.
no, I would tend to agree with you on that one. That's interesting. Boy, we've seen some neat stuff here today, though. I mean, two calls.
Why would they not do the ball? I mean, doesn't it make more sense just to award the ball?
Yeah, well, I think they're trying to prevent players who sometimes dive into the pitch and try to get hit intentionally.
On purpose, yeah. Joe, that'd be something that you would do. You would just dive in and get your head knocked out and just, yeah.
I'm pretty tough.
Yes, you are, Joe. Well, Joe, you're a firefighter.
I'm not real fond of that rule, but, I mean.
Yep, there's strike three. Sailors down to their last batter of the game right here, kids. Down by 8.
I was saying, Nick, when you have a big inning, it means there's going to be some components to it. There's going to be obviously some hits, but there's going to be walks, there's going to be hit batsmen, there's going to be errors in just about every big inning. And on average, it also is going to result in about 27 pitches for your pitcher on average.
Yep.
And none of those things obviously are good.
And boom, and at the stretch. And
Nope, he pulled him off the bag.
He pulled him off the bag.
Sailor's still alive.
Sailors live to see another batter in this game.
Well,
yeah, you brought up some good points. So you look at the big scoreboard out there. No errors for us. Okay, fine. I don't think we hit anybody. Maybe one.
We hit 2 people.
We hit 2 people?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 2, maybe 3. We may have had 3 hit
All
batters.
right. Then
We may have made an error today. I know that Grandville definitely did. I'm not sure that the scoreboard operator is staying up on the on that part of it. But they've been minimal.
No, right.
We've played pretty well defensively.
Mason Brunworth up to bat, the left-hander. Not many left-handed batters on this team. He might be the only one, I think.
This is Aaron Piasecki. He's a lefty.
Is he? Okay.
Mason just
Bats.
yes, we're up to.
Oh, yeah. Cunningham is left-handed. Oh, yeah. Brunsworth left-handed. Piasecki. So 3 of them. Okay.
Another base hit.
Yep. So hit. First baseman's going to go. He's going to score. He's going to bring him in. Piasecki might go to 3.
He
is.
A triple out of that one.
Yeah.
And the rally caps have begun.
The rally caps are on Sailors.
I think he gets out of bed and hits. He's just a good hitter.
It's got a really fluid motion with his swing.
But you're just looking at a kid who has paid his dues and has spent so much time training in the off season, and that's when baseball players are made. From
same thing in football.
To June 1st from June 1st to March 14th. A lot of times the gains that you're going to make during the season are pretty minimal. Practices are limited. You're playing so frequently.
Yeah, it's like football. Weight room, huge. Hitting's down to, we hardly even hit and tackle during practices anymore.
Yeah.
So you're right on that.
And strength training is every bit as important in baseball.
Oh, yeah.
There was a time when it wasn't, but there is no substitute for strength, and there's really no excuse to be without it. You have to be strong. And
outside.
Walter,
runner at third.
Are there
Sailors score 1.
Any batters that actually use a wooden bat in high school?
I don't think so. I think it would be a huge disadvantage.
Are you allowed to use it in baseball still?
You could,
At
sure. That ball is well hit.
Yeah.
Oh, he dropped it.
He dropped it. He turned his head for a minute, it looked like.
Not even sure why. It's not like, that would have been the 3rd out of the inning. There's not a throw at the plate or anything like that.
He never got completely behind it either. He kind of torqued his body to a side like that instead of hustling around, but there's an error.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes when outfielders run on their heels, the ball looks like it's moving. It jumps because your head is moving, so you got to stay in the balls of your feet. That could have been a factor there. But that's a scary thing when that happens.
Yeah. So Sailors get another run. Down by 6 now.
But, Joe, going back to your comment about wood bats, in the summer collegiate leagues with the Clippers, of course, it's all a wood bat league.
Oh.
And there are a lot of players who have a lot of success in the springtime with metal bats and then come to a summer collegiate league with wood and struggle.
Really?
Yeah.
Just doesn't bounce.
It's different.
Just doesn't travel off.
It's heavier. It's not as well balanced. It's a difference.
Pop fly, catcher going underneath, then is going to make the play to end the game. So game 1 is in the books. Sailors lose their first game of the year, 11-5, giving up 15 hits to the Bulldogs. Sailors have 12 hits.
Okay, you guys are down. Go ahead and break it.
So Sailors end up now, the streak at 7 wins has come to an end. Sailors go to 7-1. The coaches are going to rally both teams. We're going to take about a 20-minute break, Joe.
Yep, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll probably drop our feed until the next one and then come back on the game when we get here. So stay tuned for Game 2 here coming up in just a little bit. Appreciate you all joining us for Game 1.
Oh, just off that. Huffman can go to third on that little floater. We got runners at the corner.
Nice.
Oh, just off that. Huffman can go to third on that little floater. We got runners at the corner.
Nice.
Oh, just off that. Huffman can go to third on that little floater. We got runners at the corner.
Nice.
Oh, just off that.
Nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. He's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
Nice. I was wondering how that would work.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. He's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
Nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. He's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
Nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. He's got some.
In a first and third situation?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
There's a single. It's going to bring in one.
Well, at the higher levels of high school. In a first and third situation?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
There's a single. It's going to bring in one.
Well, at the higher levels of high school. In a first and third situation?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
There's a single. It's going to bring in one.
Well, at the higher levels of high school. In a first and third situation?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
There's a single. It's going to. Strikes. Gets him on the throats. Gets him on the throats.
This is full replay. Okay.
Gets him on the throw from the first. him on the throw. Gets him on the throw. Gets him on the throat.
Wait, mine looks that good?
Okay, I mean, you want a guy that wants the ball.
When I look at the camera, it looks so bad.
Gets him on the throw from the first. Is it going to fall in? Yes. Yep, it's going to fall in just like the Grandville. They're just right over second base, right in.
Nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. It's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
Nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. It's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
Nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. It's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
Nice.
Little slow roller to the third baseman. It's going to pull him off the bag. The first baseman, Hoffman, is safe. It's got some wheels on him too, Walt.
And threw a strike to second base, but Aaron just got in there.
Grandville tied up with a single on the line shot to the shortstop. Runner
threw a strike to second base, but Aaron just got in there.
Grandville tied up with a single on the line shot to the shortstop. Runner
threw a strike to second base, but Aaron just got in there.
Grandville tied up with a single on the line shot to the shortstop. Runner had a hustle. Multi-sport athletes. There's going to be a high fly ball.
That'll get the run in.
It's going to get a run in, long throw.
Good at bat by Jason Anderson.
Multi-sport athletes. There's going to be a high fly ball.
That'll get the run in.
It's going to get a run in, long throw.
You got your batteries
good at bat by Jason Anderson.
Multi-sport athletes. There's going to be a high fly ball.
That'll get the run in.
It's going to get a run in, long throw.
Good at bat by Jason Anderson.
Blended Furniture Market thanks you, Mona Shore Sailors, for your support. Have a fantastic game. Try your best and make a difference. Come shop with us down the road at Blended Furniture Market. Visit us on Facebook and Instagram. Go Sailors!
From truck beds to bed beds, we've got your home and auto covered. Combine your home and auto with Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, and you could save $650. That's like 325 gallons of gas, or 21 sets of comfy sheets. So, trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. We shop a variety of insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozicki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pikes and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmcu.org/insurance to get started.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231-759-3634 or go see him at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 at Lake Michigan Credit Union Field. Game is getting underway at this time. And once again, in the broadcasting booth, we still have our infamous, some may say, most would say a Hall of Famer, Walt Gukowski. But taking a little bit of a break is Nick, and in his place, Mr. Mike Garferman. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Glad you could be here. Now, besides your son being on the team, tell us a little bit about your interest in sports and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I worked in the sports department at the Muskegon Chronicle for 25 years, and then did a variety of roles. I was assistant sports editor, and then I got into the writing side of things for about the last 7 years and really focused in on high school sports.
And with that, you get an opportunity to not only see your son, but you see a lot of great athletes in high school all the way around.
Yeah,
Is that
over
correct?
the years, it's been amazing. I mean, the Muskegon area, very, very rich in sports tradition, and during my time, yeah, between Shores football, Muskegon football, obviously all the great football teams in the area, and then a combination of boys and girls sports through the years. Yeah, it's been was just a privilege to be able to do that.
And speaking of a privilege, it's nice to see the Sailors come out strong in the first at-bat against Grandville with a strikeout. So strikeout number 1 recorded. Who do we have on the mound? I can't see out there. Is it
Trevor Cunningham? He's a freshman. He's a left-hander, and he's split time between the varsity and JV this season. Okay. And he is doing a fine job this year, and really going to be has the potential to be a fine player at Shores.
Yeah, this is definitely an up-and-comer we want to make sure we keep an eye on over the next couple of seasons. Yeah, so Mark obviously is as synonymous with baseball as Walt Gukowski is. Mark Offerman is synonymous with Muskegon sports in general, but certainly Muskegon sports. So it's glad to have you in here, and always a pleasure to share the booth with people that really, truly know sports and know the games and everything else. So
thank you. Yeah, it's been a few years since I've been able to do something like this. So. It's good to be able to be up in this perspective again. So
yeah,
yes.
Well, I don't know if you get the opportunity to follow Sailor Nation Sports Network much online, and we always look to improve our processes and programs. And everybody that's ever come through our booth gives us a little bit of advice or suggestion, or maybe tells us to stop transmitting sometimes. I don't know.
No, it's been good. We've watched it from home too. With various teams over the past few seasons. I have the son on the varsity, and then I have a younger son on the JV team, and gotcha. I'm helping coach with Coach Ken on that. So
nice, very nice.
It's something that we do utilize for sure.
Well, it certainly helps, especially any relatives or something that live out of state, or people that are shut-ins because of health, whatever it may be able to take advantage of watching. Nice deep hit by Grandville, going to look good. Falls right into that gap again. They call that the Bermuda Triangle, but there was a good throw. He gets him at second. Holy Moses! What a great throw there from right fielder. And let's take a look on the Lake Michigan Assurance instant replay here real quick. Let me get it set up here. I think we've got that throw. Oh, we didn't turn it on. That's my fault. We missed that one. So, but excellent throw. Hopefully you guys were able to see it from home. So, Sailors coming out strong. 1 strikeout and 1 thrown out at second. Walt, that goes kind of back to when you make that decision to go for that extra base. You'd rather be safe at first than out at second when you're the first runner that might get on board.
Yeah, you can't hesitate. You've got to make those decisions at full speed, and I'm not sure the Grandville base runner did that. So unfortunately for the Bulldogs, he got thrown out.
Foul ball back, making it 0-2. 2 outs here. First inning, second game. The Bulldogs.
This is a left fielder, Braden LaCroix. He wore the Sailors out in game 1 from his hitting in the 3-hole again.
Nice strike on the outside, painting that corner. Oh no, that was a ball. I thought he gave it to a strike. unless I'm watching the balls and strikes out on the scoreboard wrong.
It's going to be interesting to see how Shores comes back and tries to bounce back after that first game.
We made that comment as well, and asking Walt, what do you say? And he said really nothing. You just got to kind of treat it as a different day, different game all the way around. So,
boy, so far I'm impressed with Trevor Cunningham. I mean, he pretty good command of his fastball and his breaking ball, and he's around the plate. There's another good breaking pitch. Not afraid to throw it. It's like he has a good feel for it.
For sure. He's kind of been able to mix speeds, and then he's a little sneaky fast with his fastball at times. It seems like he can kind of gear back and get a little extra when he wants to. So,
yeah, if you can add and subtract that breaking ball a little bit and throw it at different speeds, it's just that much more effective.
Full count here, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here, first inning, top of the first. And rips it through the gap between first and second. Good, solid hit by the Bulldog. I tell you, there's nothing you can do when you get bat on ball like that. That's that quality at bat that you're talking about there, Walt.
Well, it's 3-2, and he's going to challenge the hitter. He's going to throw a strike, and to Braden LaCroix's credit, he managed to find the barrel, and kids had a good day.
Ball inside. Really no harm, no foul in that, especially with 2 outs already in the inning. You still have your forced out at first and second. So,
well, you'd much rather give up a base hit than you would walk somebody. So
absolutely. Another hit to right, and that's going to drop in. Coming around first, it looks like it's going to be a single, but moves the runner up to third. Runner's on the corner now, and now, after starting out very strong, the Sailors are faced with the runner in scoring position.
It's kind of a big out right here. You just want to get out of this inning without giving up any runs. You got 2 down. You need to get that last out.
Yeah, and really, a good quality out here is something that we need not only to get out of the inning, but to start a little momentum of confidence after that last game. Grounder to third, force at second, goes for it, and that's the end of the inning.
By Jackson.
So, not a quick 1-2-3, but we'll definitely take it. It was headed in the right direction, and the Sailors are, again, regrouping after that first game. Be able to put down the Bulldogs first inning, top of the first. Moving into the bottom of the first, the Sailors hold them to only 2 hits. No score. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. And we're back here, Lake Michigan Credit Union Field, home of the Whitecaps, but today it's the home of the Sailors, hosting to the Grandville Bulldogs. We're in the second game. The Sailors lost a 11-5 first game. Lots of hits. I think we had, 23, 24 hits between, at least by the board.
There was a lot of offense.
A lot of offense and good cracks of the bats. And they tell you want to see that at this level. It just didn't bounce the way of the Sailors. Grandville was able to put together a couple of hits after a few errors, a couple of batters hit pitches, that kind of thing. And as we talked earlier, Walt, those are the kinds of things that makes the difference. And you start that pendulum swinging of momentum on one side of the ball, it's hard to get that back.
Yeah, it is, Joe. And but that's history now. So they just got to wipe the slate clean and try to put some pressure on Grandville with some base runners. And we're going to lead off with, again, Mason Brunworth. He's going to be followed by Mark Konechny and then Aaron Piasecki. So see if we can get something going and force the Bulldogs to chase us a little bit here.
Those of you just joining us, also in the booth with myself and Walt is Mark Offerman, legend sports coverage extraordinaire. So have you done many live broadcasts like this? Have you had an opportunity to do much of that?
I maybe not as much live game coverage. Doing the writing part of it, I was always kind of connected to the internet, though, doing Twitter and Facebook Live
Sure.
and live chats, and so that sort of thing, more the writing side. Did a little bit. I think I was on Sailor Nation before a football game.
It was
when
a Muskegon game.
Muskegon
Yes,
game,
that's
yes.
right.
So that's been a couple years, years ago.
Do you realize I think that's been 3 years ago, because it was the first year I think we were live streaming. We were up on top of the press box. I remember
exactly.
that. Yes.
Exactly. Yep.
So it's been a few years. Yeah.
It has been a few years.
Well,
yes.
glad to have you back in warmer weather. I'm sure
Yeah.
it was a little colder then, too. So.
Yes. Yeah. This
If I
feels
recall,
good.
I think we were even under tents and stuff for that game
I
because it
think
was
that's-
blowing in snow. And
Probably.
nice rip down the first base line. The first baseman unable to handle it. That's going to put runners on the base for Mona Shore Sailors. Take a look at that Lake Michigan Insurance.
That's
Instant
another
replay.
barrel for Mason Brunworth. The Sailors were aggressive in the first game on the base paths early till we got behind. But see if Coach Bard remains aggressive here.
One ball, one strike. Runner goes. Throw to second is way off, a little bit towards where the second baseman would normally play. So easy stolen base. Puts our first runner in scoring position for the Sailors.
I'd like to see Mark Konechny move the ball to the opposite field if he can. Try to get Mason Brunworth over to third base with less than 2 out. A little situational hitting here. Anything to the opposite field will do the job.
Do you get a lot of practice in moving stuff to the opposite field? Is that something you work on specifically?
Yeah. You know, a lot of times in batting practice, you would spend a lot of time with situational hitting.
So we have an out, and I don't know what just happened.
Mark Konechny struck out.
Oh, he did strike out.
Yes, he did.
Okay, I didn't. I was looking at my computers and tech stuff, and I didn't even catch that. So
Aaron Piasecki at the plate. 4 hits in game 1. Just an outstanding hitter. Uses the whole field. Real high baseball IQ.
I tell you, he was big in the first game, even though they did not win.
It's good to see him out here. He took a line drive on Thursday off the elbow. He was a base runner at third base when they were playing at Zeeland, and Jason Anderson hit a line shot, got him right on the elbow, and he was down but able to stay in the game and come back, and good to see him out here today and have a game where he's swinging the bat well.
Okay, those can definitely be scary, but even more so, like you said, just to be able to come back and swing well, play well altogether. So Sailors now at out number 2, runner at third base.
Well, we need a timely hit. Sometimes it doesn't matter how many you get. Sometimes it matters when you get them. So to pick up a a runner here and score a run with 2 out, a big 2-out base hit would be huge. Get us out in front, like I said earlier. Let Grandville chase us.
For certain. Shot up the middle, but shortstop covers it, gets it over to first, and ends the inning. So the Sailors, with a couple of quick opportunities, unable to get that runner around and score any runs. At the end of 1, we are solidly 0-0, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. And we're back here, Lake Michigan Credit Union Field, where the Sailors have wrapped up inning number 1. No score on the board. 2 hits to the Bulldogs, 1 to the Sailors. Moving into inning number 2. And as we have mentioned a couple different times, Sailors still look good after the big loss that they took in the first of this doubleheader, first of the 2. But again, even though they lost big, they looked good. They just need to wrap up a couple of those big mistakes, I guess, if you will, hit batters, errors, that kind of stuff. But that probably is a tighter game if those don't occur.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you got to tip your cap to Grandville. I mean, they picked runners up when they had opportunities. They came up with big base hits, and like I just said a moment ago, you know, you got to be opportunistic, and when you get guys in scoring position, you have to pick them up, and they did a good job of that. So,
yeah, and both teams hit the ball very well in the first game. So
they did,
and they're continuing to hit the ball. Good, solid hits already so far through the first inning here. Walt, who do we have up first for Grandville?
You know what,
Number
Joe?
3.
I can't tell you because he did not play in game 1, so I don't have their lineup. I apologize for that.
No worries. First pitch. High and away. Ball 1. So now, Mark, is your son a senior?
He is a junior. Yes.
Okay. So you got 1 more year to being able to enjoy watching the sports.
Well, and then my other son is on the JV team. His name is Nathan, and
Gotcha.
he's a second baseman, pitches a little bit, and so looking forward for the chance possibly to have them together on the varsity next year would make my life a lot easier. So we've had them before where they've been on teams together and teams separately, but when they have the chance to play together, it's fun to see and watch them play together. So hopefully we'll have that opportunity next year.
Any other kids?
No, just the two
Just
boys.
the 2 boys?
Yep. That's keeps us busy for sure.
Sure does. And there's ball 4, so that puts Grandville's first runner of the inning on the base.
Boy, you don't want to walk that leadoff guy.
No. They have a way of scoring, don't they?
Yep, and we've kind of did that a few times in the first game, and you just kind of have a feeling where, boy, that you just wish those things didn't happen, especially with the leadoff guy.
Sailors come into this second game now 7-1 on the season. They were undefeated coming into today. Grandville had a difference of opinion on that for the first game. The 0-1 pitch fouled back.
Trevor Cunningham, not afraid to challenge hitters.
And we've been talking about it all throughout the first game, challenging those batters, making them move the ball. Nice pitch. Strike 3. So first out of the inning goes to strikeout. Man on first still, 1 down. And going back to that, obviously, the percentage belongs really to the pitcher if they challenge them. As you said, Walt, they're going to put it somewhere, and even if they do occasionally put it places where you don't have people, they're eventually going to mess it up.
You're exactly right. We talk about being aggressive in every aspect of baseball, and sometimes we don't talk about it enough when we talk about pitchers. I've said it over and over again, hitting is hard. And you see guys pop the ball up in batting practice all the time, and if you can pitch to contact, it's 1 against 9 out there. So you got to like our chances. As I said earlier, 68% of there's a base hit through the 6 hole. 68% of balls hit are outs, and it's pretty hard to defend the base on balls. So you've got to pound that strike zone. And Trevor Cunningham has done a nice job of that, mixing his fastball and his breaking ball. And if you're not overpowering and you don't throw a fastball in the mid to upper 80s, people are going to move it against you. But if you can mix a little bit, I think pitchers have to do 3 things. They have to change location. So if they can throw their fastball to both sides of the plate, that's critical. Change speeds, and of course change planes. So if you can do those 3 things, you got a pretty good pitcher.
How many pitches do most pitchers have these days in
the big leagues? You're going to see guys that have usually about a 4-pitch mix. They're going to throw obviously fastball. Some will throw a 4-seamer. Some will throw a 2-seamer, which is a sinker, slider, curveball, and of course they almost all throw changeups of some sort. So most of the starters have a 4-pitch mix, maybe a 3-pitch mix. And then you get into the relievers, and now you're talking about somebody that's maybe 2 pitches, but high velocity guy. Is going to come in for short stints, high leverage situations. That's a good breaking ball there.
Boy, that looked like a good pitch right there.
He throws a lot of, I noticed to the right-hand hitters, he throws a lot of backdoor curveballs, which from a lefty, that means that he's throwing a ball that is just catching the outside corner of the plate.
And another one goes down on strikes. That's 2 strikeouts at the inning, 2 outs, all belong to Cunningham. And
it looks to me like he's trying to paint that outside corner with his fastball, too. He hasn't come in very often. Trying to keep the ball away from the righties, which is a good strategy.
Yep. He's kind of done that all year.
Yeah, so there it is again.
Right up the gap. Going to bring a run in for Grandville.
Well, a 2-out base hit. That's
yep.
That's just such a critical part of the game. And there are years when I've begged for a 2-out base hit. I feel like they never come, but good piece of hitting. And that Luke DeHaan has had an excellent day.
This is where you need to be careful, where you just need to keep it to 1 and not have a big inning happen here with 2 outs.
And that was one of the other strategies, not have big innings against you and have a couple of them yourself, and that way you can usually overcome an inning or 2 of, few base hits and scores.
The opponent scores 1 run. You come into the dugout after that inning. I'll finish my thought next.
Textbook grounder to the third baseman, over to first for the final out. So go ahead and finish your thoughts.
I was going to say, you give up 1 run, you come into the dugout, you feel, pretty confident 1 run, we'll get that back and more. They put up a 3 or 4 or 5 spot, and it wears on you a little bit. You come into the dugout after giving up a big inning, and your chin might be in your chest a little bit, and mentally it'll drain you a little bit. So
sure.
To hold them to 1 run is important.
Again, the bats are definitely speaking in this game, as they did in the first game, for both teams, really hitting well, hitting it hard. But Grandville still seems to be finding more real estate out there than Mona Shores does.
Right. Obviously, both teams kind of I don't know about Grandville, but Shores kind of keeping their top pitching for conference games and down a little bit in the pitching depth, but still good pitchers. So, you know, these are all, you know, two good teams, so you're going to have the ball in play, and it's just a matter if you make plays in the field and limit base runners.
Well, Jason Anderson leading off, followed by Jackson Huffman, and then Giovanni Johnson. See if they can get something going.
This is 4, 5, 6? Is that correct?
This is 4, 5, 6,
yep.
Yes.
So 1-0 here, bottom of the second game here at Lake Michigan Credit Union. Sailors are hosting the Grandville Bulldogs. We'd like to thank everybody who's joined us throughout the entire afternoon. It's been a picture-perfect ballpark day. You couldn't ask for much more than this, I'll tell you what.
About time.
Yes, boy, I'll tell you, the way the week started with the frozen whatever you want to call it coming out of the sky. Much deserved and enjoying it very much.
It's a beautiful ballpark, and the hot dogs were good too. So that's a win.
Somebody that's been around to a lot of ballparks and probably checked out a lot of hot dogs. I'll have to trust your judgment.
More than I need. Slow breaking pitch for strike one. Just a get-ahead curveball there. See if we can get a leadoff guy on here, make something happen.
Ball hit high infield. It's going to be behind the plate. Caught by the catcher. Out number 1 for the Sailors. Just about straight up.
Not as easy as a play as it looks for the catcher.
Nope, I can attest to that.
There's always some infield drift. The ball's going to drift back to the infield. You notice he gets out of his primary stance, turns his back to the infield, and he made that look easy.
As a former catcher, it's totally different because I played catcher in center field. You have everything in front of you when you're a center fielder. Anybody else out there, everything is in front of you. You're looking at it, whereas you have to turn around and run for those. Deep ball high to center field. It's not too deep. Center fielder well underneath it.
Had him a little bit out front of that pitch as well. Same with Jason Anderson. So changing speeds, upsetting the timing. Hitting is a large part rhythm and timing, and the pitcher obviously is trying to disrupt that.
Quick 2 outs for the Grandville Bulldogs. Not what the Sailors wanted. Inside.
There's only 2 out, as we say. Only 2 out.
That's right. Takes all 3 to end the inning.
Here's another good junior, potentially to be a real nice player for Shores here this year and next season as well. You'll probably see more time in the infield next year, maybe a little first base. I know he's playing outfield today, but he's a strong pitcher too, and he's going to be a guy to watch here in the next couple of years.
Would he likely be considered maybe a number 2?
Rips one up.
Yes. He's probably Jackson Huffman would be their 1, and then Giovanni or Jason Anderson would be 2 and 3. I think they interchange, but they pitch a lot of the conference games. So yes, he's right in there in the top of the pitching group.
The rotation. Yeah.
Yes.
Throw over to first. It's a Sailor runner back. Again, you said it, Walt. It's only 2 outs. We got ducks on the pond.
Well, let's see if we try to steal a bag here. There he goes.
A good throw right on the money. I tell you, it does not get much better than that on a throw from home plate.
That's a good gamble with 2 out. And, based on the previous throw from the catcher, you got to find out. So
that ends the inning number 2. The Sailors are unsuccessful getting on the board. They are able to get one more hit, but the Grandville Bulldogs still lead 1-0. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. And welcome back, Sailors sports fans, to the John Vandervelde, the Nexus Realty broadcast booth, high above the fans here at Lake Michigan Credit Union Stadium, home of the Whitecaps. But again, today the home of the Mona Shore Sailors taking on the Grandville Bulldogs. Top of the third, the Sailors are down 1-0. Our outstanding crew of the day. Everybody has been doing a terrific job. We've got all 4 cameras running, one of our first 4 camera jobs. We got our currently Kimmin is looking at the booth, and he's been the major primary coverage of the field. We got Cohen home and out on the first base line. We've got the third base line covered by Noah Kanukin. And we just got a static camera out in center field showing you that look down the shoulder of the pitchers. Sailors begin the third inning.
And Braden LaCroix, number 21, another guy that has sort of worn the Sailors out today. Had a single his first trip to right center.
Head for the gap. Is he going to be able to close it? Oh, diving attempt, but no luck.
Great effort by Landon Thalman. Just laid out, just off the tip of his glove.
Take a look at the Lake Michigan Insurance instant replay. Oh, very close.
Very great effort.
He knocked the wind out a little bit, or?
He may have.
That was a pretty aggressive dive for it, yeah.
Again, getting that leadoff guy on.
First pitch. High and in. Ball 1. Well, I tell you, I think you said it, they have a way of getting runs in. Whenever they get somebody on base, they are tremendously successful at getting them around lately.
They've been very opportunistic. When they've
Swing
had
and a miss.
chances, they've picked up the 2-out base hit. I don't have the stat, obviously, of what they're hitting with runners in scoring position, but it seems like it'd be awfully high. I'm sure right now the Grandville coach would like to see something to the opposite field, get that runner over with less than 2 outs. There's a lot more ways to score from third base than there is second base.
I know bunting is a finesse move, I guess, if you will. And bunting is harder than what it looks. You've got to be good at it. There's more chance of going for a sac fly than there is a bunt in most cases, would you say?
I mean, it is not as easy as it looks, and it's one of the things that, some coach, I don't know how much Mona Shore spends but time on that, but it's something that isn't practiced as often as probably it should be. I think it's a tremendous weapon, especially in high school baseball, to be able to drag bunt especially, or push. I know when people have done it to my teams, I've had to hold my breath because it's a tough play for guys to make.
Ball hit.
That's a good piece of hitting right there, and that should move the runner over.
Runner goes.
And it will. Got to get back that up a little deeper, maybe.
I know Shores did work on bunting quite a bit over their spring trip down in Pensacola. I saw a couple days where they had a long bunting part of their workout, and it just puts pressure on the defense.
It does. I mean, and you think about a sacrifice bunt, you're not going to sacrifice bunt if you're up 6 or 7 runs, or if you're down 6 or 7 runs. You can bet that it's going to be a key point in the game. It's going to be a critical play. You're moving a runner into scoring position, or runners. So it's something you really have to spend some time working at. Now the infield's being drawn in.
Looking to hold that runner.
Yes. Try to keep the run from scoring.
Strike on the inside corner.
But I think the drag bunt push bunt is really an effective weapon. And you don't have to have great speed to be good at it. It's more about ball placement than it is speed or deception.
If you could get it past the pitcher and make somebody else field it, then you're getting accomplished what you want done.
Yeah. Yeah, that push to the right side is a little tougher than the drag, but if you can get it down 25 feet down the line.
Straight up the middle.
That's a base hit, whether you got the infield back or not. But again, there's a opportunity for them to drive in a run, and once again, they come through and pick them up. So you credit Grandville.
Grandville with another one on the board. Still one out here, top of the third. Taking a look at some of the instant replays we have from the field.
Well, I got to say, Joel, you're cameramen, and this is a very, very well done. And,
I appreciate that.
It's very, very professional, and I know how much the Sailor fans appreciate it, and I just applaud you for what you have done. It's impressive.
Thank you, and it does not go without the work of everybody in this crew. That is absolutely for certain.
Yeah.
And, a lot. And I can't even begin to tell you how much a lot means when I say a lot. Grounded to third. Oh, bobbled. Unable to get it out of his glove.
Slipped right out of his hand, I think.
Yeah.
Trying to go quick and see if they could have turned two there, but you got to make sure of one.
Yeah, the support of the community and the school and the donations and I mean you look at, there's not too many high school sports that can travel, not just to do it at their own facilities, but travel to be able to bring you a 4-camera look at somebody else's ballpark.
Yeah.
And we can literally do it from the bleachers if we wanted to. If we had to have been broadcasting with the fans down there on the first baseline or third baseline, we could have done that. Speaking of which, liner right straight, and that'll get them out of it.
And I know there's been a lot of people who have had a hand in this, but I know also that you've been the driving force, and as much credit as you'd like to deflect, I know I speak for a lot of people when I say we appreciate what you've done.
Well, I do very much appreciate that, and it's a labor of love, and a lot of work goes into it, but it is well worth it when we have a broadcast opportunity like today, and we get to sit with the people that we get to sit with, like you two gentlemen, and I talk to Nick and Kimmin and those guys all the time. So I mean, anytime I can change those faces up, I'll do that any old time. So, but I thank you, I appreciate it, and I enjoy doing it very much. And I'll tell you, it really proved itself during the the COVID crisis, and when fans weren't allowed in the games, we were able to bring some of those contests that nobody could see, and there's just a wealth of value to it. I love telling the story. It was one of our very first broadcasts as a football game, and on that one broadcast, there was a friend of mine who's an alum. He's in the military down in Arkansas, and he says, I can't believe I get to watch my alma mater's football game live on Facebook. Yeah. And then there was another comment on there. It was from a grandparent of one of the cheerleaders that had never been able to see their granddaughter cheer, and they were able to see it because it was one part of the coverage that we got.
Yeah.
So
I think another nice feature too. You think about the kids who are playing, and with all of those games archived, I assume they're all archived.
They're all available on YouTube.
They could go back in 10 years and
absolutely,
if they felt so inclined, and watch a high school baseball game. And I think about, geez, how cool would that be if we could have done something like that?
It's amazing.
I'm not sure I'd want to see myself in high school, but
it's amazing just the tech advances
that's easy
made.
For you to say.
Yeah, easy for me to say. The advancement in technology over the time I started in newspaper work in the mid 80s to when I ended, of how much just incredible advancements made in print, even the amount of TV coverage and radio, and just the amount of high school coverage and how much it gets now compared to maybe back in the day when maybe newspapers were the driving force of it.
Yeah, and there was actually a game where there was, I don't know who it was. It was a print media that was there covering one of our games and saw what we were doing, and he was in awe. And you could almost, short little blooper to second base. Second base handles it, gets it over to first for out number 2 for the inning. He was watching what we were doing, and you could almost see like the look on his face is like, what? Why am I even doing what I'm doing? Yeah. People are going to watch this instead of pay attention to what I'm doing. And, you know, there's a bit of me that feels a little bit bad, but also I got to feel pretty proud that we're on the cutting edge of that kind of stuff.
That's what we call progress.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what really makes it gives those people that have been part of, like you, Mark, print media and then radio sometimes, and now Twitter, getting it out there and social media and that kind of stuff. Having somebody that has been around the media coverage of those types of events, being able to sit here today and you know, it's just, that's what brings it full circle. It doesn't, you don't lose what you've had and what you've collected over the years. This is just adding to it now.
Right. This kind of coverage, I mean, it's something like you wouldn't, you know, back in the day, you probably wouldn't see until like a state final almost, or where it's on being broadcast on TV.
Nice little single to left center. Gets the Sailors on the bases. Still looking to get on the board.
Mason's second hit of the day, or this particular game, and got a runner at first base with 2 out with Mark Konechny, who went down on strikes his first trip.
Hard hit past the third base. Just missed it. Had the glove up. I think he took his eyes off it just a little bit as it was coming up, and puts runners at first and second for the Sailors. 2 outs.
You know, Aaron swung a good bat today. Piasekki's coming up here. Could he keep it going right now when they really need a base hit to kind of tighten this game up?
Well, these are the moments when you want, you know,
he's a guy you want up.
That's right. He's the right man in the right spot.
That's right.
But these are the moments when you have to cash in. Here's an opportunity, and I can't think of anybody I'd rather have at the plate right now.
It's not a worry of can he deliver. It's just does everything play out the way that he deliver what he normally does. He is a fantastic resource on this team. Just an all-around good baseball player.
You know, you're really into the heart of the order right now. You know, 3, 4, 5 guys here for Shores, and this is a time they need to cash in.
Nice ripper down the first baseline, might get 2 in.
Nice block by the catcher. Keep the tying run off second base.
So we got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Sailors need a 2-out base hit.
They certainly do. Foul ball down the third base line.
Center fielder shading left center just a little bit. Big gap in right center field.
Piasecki, another one that can move the ball anywhere he wants to on the field. He does that on a regular basis. Another one, foul to the third base side. Talk about pushing it, punching it to the opposite field. There's a lot of green there in between left and center. If you could straighten it out and get it in that gap.
Well, he's going to take what the pitcher gives him, and if he finds a ball on the outside third of the plate, he'll drive it oppo. That ball was up and in. Fought it off.
Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sailor down 2-0, bottom of the third. Second gave a doubleheader. Bulldogs take the first. Sailors looking to split.
Good spot for a breaking ball right here. Catcher set up outside. I think he threw one. Quite hard to tell from this vantage point, but
Piasecki staying alive here. Getting some decent contact on the ball, but just can't get it to straighten out.
Well, to win games, Joe and Mark, you got to win battles right in that circle. I mean, that's what it comes down to a lot of times, those individual battles, and you got to win your share.
Stretch a pitcher out like this and then get a hit out of it is kind of deflating for the pitcher. Still looking. I tell you, the left field.
Nice at bat here. You just need to put a ball in play and find an opening.
Left fielder's putting some miles on those cleats out there.
They're definitely throwing the ball, keeping the ball away here. So.
Piasecki
the
looking.
catcher's already set up outside. Up.
There's a wild pitch. Is going to move now. That's really helpful for the Sailors, and it's huge for contact to be straightened out and find some real estate out there in the field. That could easily be 2 runs and get us back tied in the game.
The negative now is that they've got an open base, and you've got, arguably the best hitter in the Mona Shores lineup, so they're probably not going to give in. And if they walk him, they walk him. They'll take their chances with Diego Pena, which may come back to haunt them, but.
Ball is popped up, right center. Second base goes back, grabs it. Oh, Sailors threaten, unable to get the runners off the bases and onto the scoreboard, so we end the third, still down 2-0, going to the top of the fourth. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back live here, Lake Michigan Credit Union Field. Sailors down 2-0 against the Grandville Bulldogs, starting the top of the fourth. Hoping to get some defensive work in here. Short inning would be nice.
This game is moving along, pretty quick pace.
Yes, it is.
Pitchers are throwing strikes.
Shadows start moving into the field. They take a little bit of their toll and fly balls, that kind of stuff. How much does that really affect the infielders? As far as the shadows coming across.
It can be when you're in the outfield or looking into that sun for a fly ball or a pop-up, or depends where you're at, and all fields are a little different. So sometimes it could be a third baseman, it could be a left fielder, it could be a right fielder.
Well, I know I always love playing on cloudy days. Because when you get a blue sky, what they would call a high sky, it made it that much more difficult to, to judge a fly ball and pick it up. And when you get a cloudy day like that, it makes life a little easier. When you got a shadow, the pitcher's in the sunlight and the hitter's in the shadow, it can present a little bit of a problem for the hitter. But again, Trevor Cunningham has also been working away a lot. He's just trying to paint that outside corner. But he hasn't been afraid to throw this breaking pitch when he's behind in a count. Shows me that he's got a lot of confidence in it. And that's a nice seed to plant in the hitter's head, too.
So 3 balls, no strikes. Or is that ball 2? Couldn't see the ump quite well. Is it 2? Okay. 2 balls, no strikes. Strike on the inside. So, Kim has mentioned something, new work, or the work that you're doing?
Well, after I left Chronicle and M Live, I started working at Trophy House.
Okay.
In Muskegon,
Yeah.
and I do a variety of roles there and enjoy that, and it kind of keeps me in the sports community, and I see a lot of familiar faces for sure, coaches and athletes that I've either covered or got to know over the years, and just people in the community, and that's been kind of keeps me in the sports realm of things, and nice play by the catcher
Very
there.
nice, yep.
And so that's been good. Yeah, that's been about almost 4 years since I've been there, and enjoy that.
Yeah, and the Trophy House, one of our sponsors, our apparel sponsor.
Right. Yep.
We get to wear our nice logo thanks to Trophy House. Always appreciate it. I got to talk to Chad over there. He's our rep, and got to get him to. We never did get any polos, so this kind of weather, which we don't get the opportunity to see too often, it's kind of nice to have the polos.
Right. Right.
Long sleeve in this weather is a little warm. Hit to right. Perfect in place. 2 outs.
Tell you, we haven't gotten Luke DeHaan out very often today, but he's 0 for 2 in this particular game with a strikeout and a fly ball to right field. And that brings Carson Smith to the plate, who singled into right center his last trip. We'll see if 2 out, if Grandville maybe tries to steal a bag.
Push it a little bit, a little aggressive.
I'm not sure what kind of move Trevor Cunningham has, but they may try to go first move on him. There it is, but that's not his best.
No, that's not his best. He's got a pretty good move.
Yeah.
He's smart when he uses it, and of course Diego's got a good arm behind the plate, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here if they do try to send him.
You get 2 kinds of pitchers. Most left-handers will predetermine if they're going to go to the plate or they're going to go to first base, and some are what I would call a hang and read guy. So when they predetermine, if you wanted to go on first move as soon as first twitch occurs, you got a pretty good chance to steal the bag. Good play by Jackson.
Pulls him off the base.
Tough chance. A slow roller's a tough play.
Yeah, he made up the real estate pretty quick, but
He did.
took it on a bounce a little bit low, and that's hard to get up and readjust to get it.
He got the hop that he wanted, and you're throwing the ball from a different arm angle as well.
Mm-hmm.
And but again, Grandville kept the inning alive here with a swinging bunt, and now they're in a situation again with 2 out and a runner in scoring position. Let's see if we can get them out here before they. And again, Braden LaCroix has been a thorn in our side today. Number 21.
Again, working him outside.
Nice pitch. 1-1. Yeah, 2 out hasn't been real kind to us. Usually we end up struggling to get that 3rd out. Hopefully this is a little different. Ball down and away.
Whoa.
Oh. Boy, I tell you, that's tough right there.
Yeah, that's just an unforced error, and
you know, in the grand scheme of things, with 2 outs, you still look for the force, obviously, or the strikeout if you are able to get that. So it might not hurt us, but if you get that base hit, it's a guaranteed.
But it does put a lot more pressure on the infielders here. So,
it sure does.
You know, ground ball that's bobbled, ball in the dirt to first base that isn't picked, short pass ball or wild pitch, all of those things can occur. So, you know, getting that runner to third base adds another element to the game. That's a great pitch right there.
That's a great pitch. Paying that corner nice. Cunningham puts it 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Impressed by his poise and his command.
Keeping it outside. I believe that to be a full count now.
Just hoping he'd chase that. And the runner will be on go here. You see the first baseman behind.
He wanted that one, just missed outside.
So bases loaded now.
First baseman Ben Ferguson singled last time into right field.
Do you see Cunningham going a little bit longer now that we have bases loaded than you normally would because of how many pitchers we went through in the last game? And
he's a kid that he seems like he can get stronger in later innings, 4 or 5 innings so far that I've seen him pitch this year. He's done well and finished. He's had some complete games, so he's able to stretch out on the pitch count, and I see if they can get this batter out here, I expect him to come back again in the next inning.
He's got pretty good command of his. There's a strikeout right there. Wow, that was exactly what we needed. I'll tell you, bases loaded.
That was
huge.
important to wiggle off the hook there. A base hit there would have.
It would have been bad.
Yeah,
it would have been hurtful.
That would have been a dagger.
However, we go into the bottom of the fourth now, still only down 2-0. There's a lot of opportunity here. The bats have been cracking. We are still hitting the ball well. We just need to find some real estate, tag a few together, and get some runners home.
4, 5, and 6, Pena, Anderson, and Huffman. That should, hopefully that'll translate into a couple of runs here for the Sailors.
They need to get the leadoff guy. That's for them. The Shores hasn't had the leadoff guy on much in this game, so that's something that needs to work in their favor here.
Boy, I tell you, what an opportunity. Beautiful, beautiful day for a couple of ball games. Great turnout. We had a lot of people travel for both teams. It looks like.
Between games, when I went down onto the concourse, I was pretty surprised at how many people were actually here.
So again, bottom of the fourth coming up here. Lake Michigan Credit Union Ballpark. Grandville takes the first game of the doubleheader. Sailors looking to split with them today. They've got 4 more opportunities to make sure it happens. So,
well, that's the beauty of baseball, Joe. There's no clock.
That's right.
We're not going to run out of time. We're just, you run out of outs some days, but
usually tends to be the problem.
Yeah, we get 21 of them, and sometimes that 21st out is the toughest one to get. But
or it's the quickest one to come if you're on the other side of it.
That's true too.
I'm looking for some good swings here. These guys have potential to put the ball play hard, and let's see if Diego can start us off here.
I believe he's a Kellogg Community College commit.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Kellogg's got an outstanding program, has been a JUCO powerhouse for many years, and it's a good place.
There are a bunch of college-bound players on this team for Mona Shores. This senior class is, many of them are a baseball-first kind of player, and that they hope to continue in the college ranks for many of them.
Anybody potentially drafted right out of high school? Anybody?
Well, I know the Jackson Huffman, the pitcher, has been getting some college interest, and I think some professional interest, but he's got another year to go, so I think time will tell for him, but that's something I guess that remains to be seen for him. I know his fastball's been clocked in the low 90s, so that draws some interest from scouts.
Sure.
At the college and
And
professional level.
And line drive.
And not only that, but I've seen him throw quite a bit at extra innings over the winter, and he's big frame. So I think there's a real high ceiling, and he throws the ball upper 80s, low 90s without max effort. I mean, the ball comes out of his hand very, very nice. It's kind of free and easy, and so yeah, I would say he's definitely a prospect. You can throw the ball that hard, and I don't know about his secondary pitches. I haven't seen Jackson enough, but those can be developed over time. But he's certainly got the frame and the build and the arm strength.
Jackson hits it hard to shortstop, but he's able to easily get it over to first base and makes it a 1-2-3 inning for the Sailors. So at the end of 4, Sailors are still trailing 2-0. We'll begin the 5th inning here shortly after we take a quick break. Want to welcome you back here, Lake Michigan Credit Union Ballpark. And Mr. Mark Offerman, you've been gracious enough to spend the first 4 innings with us here. We appreciate you doing that, and it's been a pleasure having you.
Yeah, thank you. I
appreciate
it. I appreciate the opportunity. It's been a while, so I saw Nick in between games, and he asked me to come up. And I don't want to overstay my welcome, but it's been good, and obviously to be a part of the group here and knowing Walt for all these years and Nick and just know Sailor Network has been much appreciated by many people, not only in the Shores community, but like you said, a chance to let people outside the area see these guys play and follow the sports. Yeah, that's an important thing, and I know the players and families appreciate it very much as well.
Well, and it's been a pleasure having you here, and certainly you are more than welcome to come back and spend some more time in the booth with Walt. And you know what, Nick and I'll just kind of step out of the way, and maybe you and Walt can call a couple of games just by yourselves. That would be awesome. So thanks, Mark. I appreciate it very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mark Offerman, as the Sailors are able to get the first out of the inning with a strikeout. That was fantastic. It was a nice little addition to the second game. So
he's a good man.
Yep.
Well, good to get the leadoff hitter out.
Yes, it is. Grounder to shortstop, handled, thrown, out number 2. Now, I like it when it's a quick inning and it's us on defense.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic to see the rest of the game. But
you'd like to keep the pitch count down. And,
sure. That was great having Mark here. And, Nick, you're back on the air. Thanks for coming back on. And I didn't know if maybe you're just going to kind of wander around the baseball field.
I thought about it. I said, God, you give Mark Offerman a minute. He takes, holy smokes, give Mark Offerman just a little bit of room here on the air. And I tell you, but no, Mark's a very dear friend. We go back a long ways. And anytime we can have people like Mark on is always a blessing. And I certainly hope you enjoyed it. We definitely will have him again. I'll tell you that much.
Sure. And, that goes with people like Walt and Papa D being able to sit in on the hockey games. And we've had various different coaches sit in on football games.
The gentleman from the MHSA, the head guy.
Mark Ewell.
We had Mark Ewell on, which was wonderful. And
incredible opportunities to really have people come in and do that. So, and hopefully the fans out there find it interesting to have our our broadcast changed a little bit, adding those dynamics to it.
Oh, absolutely. They don't want to hear me just ramble all the time, I'll tell you that much. My goodness.
Sailors questioning that last call. Thought it painted the outside corner there, but the umpire says no. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs here in the top of the
Boy, it's a
fifth.
quick game, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, pitchers are around the plate. Hitters are swinging the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Defense is making plays. It's been a good game.
Everything is still looking super great. We've had a lot of communication up here in the booth on the air stuff.
So we got the left-hander, and I was talking to Mark while, during the intermission, throwing the young man here and saving some of the other pitchers for, as you had brought up, for conference play, and that's obviously paramount to this game as well. How's he doing? Well, he's young. He's a
ninth grader.
Yeah, he's a ninth grader.
I've been impressed. I mean, he has good command.
Mm-hmm.
Was able to throw his fastball to both sides of the plate. His breaking ball, he's thrown it in fastball counts, which is very important. I mean, you've got to be able to have a secondary pitch that you can command.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not afraid to challenge hitters. And I don't know what his velocity is like. You can't tell from here, but as he, Mother Nature kicks in, he gets bigger and stronger as his body matures. He's going to be a real fine pitcher. I mean, he's a fine pitcher now.
He is, and it's nice to have a left-hander as well, I think, in your rotation.
Sure.
Well, and we talked about it. His command is very much been there through, we're going into 5 innings. Doesn't seem to be any, issues with that.
No, and he's gotten out of some jams I was watching as well, and his mound presence seems to be, he's poised, he's confident in what he can do.
A couple of inside pitches now.
Well, I like to see him throw the ball inside. I mean, I think that's, like I said, throwing the ball to both sides of the plate is so critical.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here against Grandville.
There's that backdoor.
Yep, breaker.
That's a backdoor breaking ball. Eat it. Okay.
Yep.
That backdoor breaking ball,
Yep.
he's just trying, to the right-hand hitter, he's just trying to catch the outside corner.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean by backdoor.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm.
That looked like a changeup.
Yeah, he came around on that pretty fast.
Yeah.
Batter did.
But again, if you can change locations, if you can change speed, and if you can change planes, then that's a total package.
You leave the batter constantly guessing what might be coming. Runners at second and third, 2 outs, top of the 5th. Pitch delivered, slow bouncer down.
Slow little roller, yeah, goes foul.
You like to see the differential between, a fastball and a changeup, usually about 10 to 12 miles an hour difference, just enough to upset timing.
Mm-hmm.
Curveball is actually your slowest pitch usually.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some guys will throw the breaking ball more, harder than others.
Mm-hmm.
But that'll get him out of it.
Towering fly ball to second base.
There we go.
And there we go.
Big pitch.
Get
right
out
there.
of it. Nice. No runs. We are coming up to the bottom of the 5th. Sailors down by a pair.
We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Want to welcome everybody back. We are at the bottom of the 5th inning, the old 5th inning stretch here. 7-inning game. Sailors are down 2-0. It's 9 hits for the Bulldogs, only 4 for the Sailors. But again, no errors. And got to get some hits. Got to get some hits. More importantly, we've got to get some runs. We got to try to get the offense. We got to get the bats going here.
Giovanni Johnson leading off. He singled his first trip. See if he can set the table for the bottom of the 5th.
Are we 8-9-1?
7-8-9.
7-8-9.
7-8-9, bottom of the order here.
Johnson, Thalman, and then Opperman.
Slow roller. Long throw.
Beat it out.
Foul ball.
Oh, foul ball.
Foul ball. Yep.
We got action in the bullpen. I can't tell who's warming up down there.
Looks 7.
7 is Jackson Huffman, so I would think that they would bring him in possibly in maybe a save situation, maybe to get the final 3 outs if they can get ahead. I got a sneaky feeling Coach Bart does not want to use him today, but if the situation presented
Kevin,
itself.
if you could quick take a look down the right field line, see who's warming up in the bullpen.
Zoom in on the back of the number, Kimmon, if you can.
Oh, I think it is Jackson, yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep.
Yep, number 7. Thanks, Kimmon. See, again, the best in the business. There's no question. All right, so we got Jackson Huffman warming up just in case, as the coach said here.
This is beautiful evening baseball.
It's 75 degrees still. It can stay like this.
Yep, these are the kinds of evenings listening to Tigers games on the AM radio with my dad.
Oh, God, yes. We talked about that coming over, remember? It was just... Well, you remember the old AM radios back in the day, don't you?
You better believe it. It wasn't a night that went by when Tigers
Cal
weren't on the radio at our home. That was a big pitch right there.
Yep.
So the Sailors with 1 out, 2 outs.
Sorry. 2 outs, buddy. This young man's pitching a good game. He's pitching a 4-hitter right now.
1
That's
out.
not bad.
There's 1 out.
Only
yes.
one out. They had 2 outs out on the board.
That was the leadoff hitter, Landon Thalman up, and he hit a ground ball to the shortstop last time.
Number 5.
Luke Opperman on deck. Need to get some traffic on the base paths.
Yeah.
Deep, but not too far into the gap. Center
Well
fielder
played by the center fielder. Got on his horse and rode it out there fast.
I'd never really considered it. Did you know that Mark Opperman had remembered the only other time he had been on Sailor Nation Sports Network? Do you remember when that was?
Oh, I do. It was during football season.
It was. It was the Muskegon game.
Yeah, it was.
You did an interview with him.
Yeah, I did. Right. I remember that. Yeah.
You remembered that? You remembered it?
Oh, I did. Yeah. Yeah. Well, good. Well, Mark's a dear friend. We go back a long ways. And it's just nice for us to reach out to people that, either you have a student
deep, well hit. It's going to be over the head of the left. It is out of here.
It's home run. Home run. Is that Thalman?
No.
That is Bryson Ballinger hitting.
Wow.
For Luke
Ballinger with a poke.
Let's take a look at that on the Lake Michigan Insurance Instant Replay. Boy, he got all of that.
Yes, he did.
You could hear it as it left the bat. Wow.
That's maybe 320 feet, maybe, Walt, you think?
Oh, a lot further than that, I would think.
Okay.
I would say it's probably closer to, if I had to ballpark it, I'd say maybe 365, 360.
Wow, yeah, he poked it. Nice stick, and just what the Sailors needed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just get those rally caps going on right now, and a home run gets everybody excited, and we've got the lead in half.
And we're back at the top of the order with Mason Brunworth. 2 hits today. Line drive to right field and line drive to left center. See if Mason can keep it going.
Wow.
We do have a new arm out there for the Bulldogs this inning.
Boy, he got all of that ball. When he hit that, you could tell it was about as solid as it's going to be.
In the dirt.
Well, so far the Sailors taking advantage of that new arm.
Yeah, 0-3 count here. How many people got watching there, Joseph? What do we got?
Oh, we've got between the two
45, 50 age, maybe?
25 between the two streams.
All right. Well, I want to welcome everybody. Thank you for allowing us into your homes this evening, no matter where or how you are listening to us. We are glad, as always, we're glad to have Coach Gokowski with us for the color analyst. I'll tell you, it just doesn't get better than that. And have Mark Offerman.
A wealth of knowledge.
Oh, there's no question.
Wealth of knowledge.
Yep.
And same as Mark.
What did you guys talk about? Just everything?
Oh,
and
man,
anything?
we talked about, all of his work that he does with sports in general, but then his transition to a lot of the high school stuff. And now that he's kind of out of the M-Live stuff, he's working over at Trophy House.
No, he does.
apparel
Yeah, well,
sponsor,
yeah.
so, yeah.
And I talk to Mark a lot when I get in there. But Mark was big with the Chronicle when I was at Muskegon. And I got to know Mark well that way. And, God, did we go back to... Well, you probably remember old Mark Tardani.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, Mark was my
Absolutely.
neighbor just a block away, and we grew up with Mark back in the day, and Rafet wrote a nice article about it. One of my JV, in fact, my first JV team I had at Muskegon. God, that was back in 1985, just a few years ago. Boom, long stretch right there. Gets out of a jam, but they give up one with the long home run. Sailors cut the lead in half, down only 2-1 right now. We're starting the top of the 6th inning. Hope you had a good break. We're here at Lake Michigan Credit Union Ballpark. Kim and Kodas, we've got Noah Kanukin, we've got Cohen Holman, we've got Joe Kanukin, the proud father of Noah, and we've got Walt Gokowski and Nick Davros.
Yeah, Nick Davros. Don't forget about yourself.
Yeah, Walt, we thought about, I had reached out to, we were going to add a fourth person today up here to our broadcast, Tom Kendra. But Tom is in Chicago taking his son for his birthday to watch the Cubs play.
Oh.
Yeah. So he couldn't make it. But that would have been it would have been fun to have Tom up here too, but we'll get him at another time.
Tom was a former student of mine way back when. I'm sorry to have to report that. It makes me feel old. My first year teaching. Enough of that, though. Sailors have gone to Jackson Huffman out of the bullpen, and I'm sure the thought here is that hold Grandville to 2 runs, and they're going to come back and win this thing, which I think is a pretty good bet.
Okay.
What just happened?
I think we got a little bit of complaining from the dugout about the strike zone, and our home plate umpire took umbrage to that.
Yes. Well, you were talking about Tom Kendra, and you had him in as a student. I'll share something with you now. Well, I am now coaching second-generation players whose dads played for me at Muskegon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you and I are in the same boat
I
here,
got
brother.
to that point where I started having kids in class whose fathers or mothers I had.
Well, I've got former players of mine at Muskegon now at Shores, and I can tell you a story. Yeah, your daddy. Yeah, my dad played for you. Oh, thank you very much. And yeah, nice ball right there for a strike.
Jackson struck out the first batter that he faced. Boy, he's got velocity.
Yeah, he's
to
an
go.
upper 80s guy. I think he'll touch 90. And as long as his command is there, as long as he's getting a secondary, well, sometimes you don't need a secondary pitch in high school baseball if you're throwing that hard. But
really, okay.
I mean, that looks like more of a slider there. That was a breaking ball,
Right.
and
One thing I picked up last year, Walt, when you were with us, is you prefer the pitchers that just keep going. There's not a lot of downtime. They just keep throwing, and they just move. And Jackson seems to be one of those guys.
He works fast.
Very fast. It keeps the batters moving. He keeps them constantly having to be ready, and he's throwing strikes. So,
well, it keeps the defense ready.
Strikeout number 2 for Jackson Hunter.
So lag time, I'm assuming then, is creates difficulties. I mean, concentration, thinking.
Sure.
Is that what you just want? Let's keep the game going and keep them on
The
task.
defenders are, listen, it's impossible to focus for 2.5 to 3 hours. Nobody can do it.
No.
So I always tell players, the best players are able to focus for 2 to 3 hours in 3 to 6 second segments. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And sometimes when there's ball after ball after ball, and the pitcher walks halfway to the home plate and then walks back to the mound and takes forever,
there's too much dead time.
Defense tends to get on their heels.
Yep, right.
You want somebody that's just going to pound that zone, work fast. I mean,
thus keeping the defense ready all the time as well. There's no dead time.
This is an impressive performance right here.
Yeah.
With Jackson Huffman on the mound, Mona Shores would be very tough to beat. I mean,
too bad he only has a certain number of pitches that he can throw, and you want to rest his arm. But I'll tell you.
But in big games, when you've got him on the bump, it gives your whole team a lift too. There's a slider he didn't quite.
So that was 10 seconds from when the catcher threw the ball back to Huffman. It was 10 seconds. He released.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've often timed my pitchers sometimes, and you're talking about 18, 19, 20 seconds. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And in the minor leagues now they have pitch clocks, and I think sooner or later we'll see it in the big leagues too. So once
they're not in the big leagues, I've heard that.
Not in the major leagues.
Not
right
yet.
now.
Okay.
Now, does the batter have the ability to slow things down too?
In high school baseball, no. I mean, they can't legally step out of the box.
So
You've
once
gotta
he's
have
in,
one foot you can step out with 1 foot to get a sign. Like if I'm a right-hand hitter, I keep my right foot anchored. I can pull my left foot out just so the pitch isn't thrown, and I'm getting a sign. But I can't step out of the box.
Gotcha. So Huffman strikes out the inning.
All three,
which is good. We are in the bottom of the 6, kids.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I can tell you, as long as Jackson's on the mound, Grandville's done scoring. So it's just a matter now, can we put a couple on the board?
Yeah, and
right.
If the bats continue, I mean, it has not been without hits. The Sailors at bat, they just not hitting them in the right spots, and
I feel pretty confident that we're going to win this ball game. We got Piasecki, Pena, and Anderson coming up, 3, 4, 5.
So that's a great part of the batting order.
Yeah,
right
the heart of your batting order right now coming up 2-1. 9 hits for the Bulldogs, 4 for the Sailors, both teams with no errors. And it is the bottom of the 6.
Oh, I know we do have a couple of errors. We had that one where he couldn't get it out of his glove at third.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're putting errors up on the board.
I got you. So 2 more at-bats for the Sailors here. 2 more innings here, the bottom of the 6th and the bottom of the 7th. got to get at least one to tie. One more, we can get out of here with the win, and we get a nice split against a good Grandville team and kind of redeem ourselves as the Sailors go back into conference play next week. Cohen and Noah, great job. Kim, and as always, thank you. Great job getting us in. And Joe, you know what you do is absolutely priceless, because there's no way on God's good earth here that I'd be able to. I can't even fathom what you do. And Walt and I were talking about it, and it's not in our pay. It's there's a little bunt right on there. It's going to pick it up down through. Boom, gets him out right there. Though good attempt at the bunt.
Good speed trying to catch him off guard there.
Yeah. And that's frustrating for a hitter, because that particular play, it all comes down to bat angle. You preset the angle, and obviously his bat was not the angle he wanted. So it was too square, and it went right back to the mound, and you got to give us a hard 90 feet down to first base when you know that most likely you're going to be out. You feel like you just gave away in at bat.
Yeah. Okay, I got another question for you. You know, what's nice about having experts like him, we can just ask questions.
You can.
So the pathway from home plate to the pitcher, some stadiums have them, some don't. When did this come into play, and is it just so that you don't wear the grass out, or is it just it looks nice?
It's a retro look. In the old days, they had that was fairly common in a lot of ballparks.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like a keyhole.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. No, it's nice looking. I like it.
A couple of they did it in Comerica, so I think that's probably being a minor league team here of the Detroit Tigers. I
can remember when my father was living, we had a supermarket downtown Muskegon on Terrace Street, and he had a liquor department, second biggest in the county, and the liquor salesman would often come in and give my dad tickets for Tiger games and Lions game. Gee, I can't tell you how many doubleheaders we used to see back in the day when they had doubleheaders like that at Michigan and Trumbull.
Almost a collision.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, yeah. I got to see, 4 or 5 doubleheaders. And then we got to see some Lions games when, they had baseball fields doubled as football fields.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, back in the day like that.
So 2 batters up, 2 batters down for the Sailors here in the bottom of the 6th. Looking for some action, really, to get some base runners.
The thing about that strip, Nick, is also it's a lot more maintenance.
Yeah.
One more, those edges you have to edge and keep them straight and clean, and keep the material out of the grass, because that's how you get lips on an infield. And
sure. Right, geez, and you bring out everything is just so precise, so neat and well groomed, and
when you got an 8-9 man crew who works on it 24/7, it's a lot easier to do too, But they do a great
of course.
job,
yeah, right.
Heather DeVosny, who's the head groundskeeper in Detroit.
Foul ball.
I think she's one of 2 now female groundskeepers.
Really?
In Major League Baseball. She started here. She was a
Good for
groundskeeper
her.
when they first opened this ballpark, and it was Old Kent Park.
Yeah, back in 1994. Yep, I saw some stats.
They were affiliated with the Oakland
Yes,
A's.
I saw some stats with attendance. I was going to bring that up to you. I did not know that they were. Sailors go down 1, 2, 3. We have come to the end of 6 innings. 1 left, kids. We're down 2-1, 9 hits to 5 hits. We're going to take a quick break. Kimmon's got us zoomed in right here, and we're going to give you 60 seconds, but no more.
From truck beds to bed beds, we've got your home and auto covered. Combine your home and auto with Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, and you could save $650. That's like 325 gallons of gas, or 21 sets of comfy sheets. So, trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. We shop a variety of insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozicki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pites and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmcu.org/insurance to get started.
Want to welcome everybody back to the top of the 7th and final inning, barring a tie. I don't know. I think they mentioned that they'll let them go a little bit longer if it's a good game.
I'm not sure about extra innings.
We do not know if, but right now your Sailors are down 2-1, so they've got to hold Grandville to no more runs, and then you've got to have a magical 7th inning. And as far as holding people to runs, I'll tell you, the way Jackson has been pitching, I would expect that we're going to be successful at that.
Yeah. We're not on yet, are we?
We are, yeah.
Oh, are we on? Okay. 94, 95, and 96, the Oathgan Athletics had their farm team here. And some of the attendances that they've had here, in 94 it was 6,205. They had the weather. It was 50 degrees, rainy, and overcast. I scrolled down here. In 2004, the Battle Creek team came in 10,667 fans, 75 degrees and sunny. And then it just goes on to probably the next largest was back in 2011. 7,738, 82 sunny, no clouds. Well, I'll tell you what, we've been blessed with absolutely just a great day today.
Nope, for sure.
And having the kids play in a pro stadium, I mean, that's pretty cool.
Well, big hitter right here. We need to get the lead off, man. We really can't afford to give up another run.
No.
We are looking at 3 balls and no strikes, however.
And obviously he's going to take this pitch. And he very well may take another one.
Yeah. Late call there by the umpire. 3 balls, 1 strike here. It is the top of the 7th, 3-2 count. We're at a full count here, kids.
You know, you're absolutely right, Walt. If you've got that kind of speed, as long as your command is there, you just work it around the plate.
Yeah.
Just throw it.
For most high
Struck him out.
I hate to say this, but most high school teams outside of maybe 3, 4, 5 in your order are going to struggle with that high velo. I mean, that's just sort of what it is. And you can show them the breaking ball, but if you can just throw the fastball in the zone, velocity gives you some margin for error. So you throw the ball right down the middle of the plate, belt high.
Ground ball to the second baseman, easy
88
throw
or
to first
89
base.
miles an hour. Sorry, Nick.
No.
At 88 or 89 miles an hour, chances are, they may swing through it. You throw that same pitch at 74 or 75, and they're going to hit into a gap somewhere. So it does give you margin for error when you do make a mistake.
Well, how many total years were you a head coach?
Oh, goodness. I started out as the varsity assistant and then a JV coach at Catholic Central when I first got out of college.
Yep, I said to start the same
way. Then to North Muskegon for 19 years. I guess I coached 17. I taught there 19.
Okay.
Mona Shores 11.
17, so it's 28.
Yeah, but then the Clippers for, 8?
36.
Put it this way, there's only been 1 year since 1978 when I haven't coached.
Yeah.
Is the best way to think about it.
Sure, yeah. And I started in 79.
Yeah, I graduated from college in 77, and then I went right into
Teaching right away. Yeah, I graduated from Adrian. Where'd you go to college?
Central Michigan.
Central. I went to Adrian College, and then I came home, started coaching right away.
Great baseball program at Adrian College. We got a couple of their kids coming in this summer for the Clippers.
Oh, did you? Yeah, good school. I enjoyed going there. I was blessed. I was a resident assistant for a couple of years. Senior class president. It was a good, small school, but a good school. I enjoyed it, every minute of it.
So 3 up, 3 down for the Sailors. Their last opportunity to get points on the board and hopefully either tie or go ahead is now, bottom of the 7th. In our second game at Lake Michigan Credit Union Stadium here at the John Vandervelde the Nexus Realty broadcast booth. Oh, man, what a good day this has been. It's been a long day. Sailors looking to split. They've got to get some work done here in the 7th inning. And hopefully they'll be able to do that. I'll tell you what, watching Jackson pitch those last 2 innings, whew, man, he is something to watch, that's for sure.
I don't think the Whitecaps are interested in turning the lights on. I think they'd like to get this game over with.
Otherwise, I think they would be on right now.
Yeah, they would be. Oh, maybe they are on. Maybe they just turned them on. Or am I seeing?
Well, that one right there up in the corner, right? Well,
left field.
No, they're on because all of these are on.
Did.
They must have just turned them
I'm
on.
going to take that back.
Well, that's more right there.
You mean this game doesn't come with fireworks like some of the Whitecaps games?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
We didn't pay for that extra ad on.
Well, we got Jackson Huffman leading off. He's going to be followed by Giovanni Johnson.
Boy, he's a good-sized kid, Walt. Jackson Huffman.
That's what I mean. He's got a nice frame.
God, he's got a good-looking frame.
Just a real good arm.
What grade is he? A senior?
He's a junior.
He's a junior. Okay, so why is that child playing football?
He is a prospect.
Yes, he is. Well, you got this kid. You got the little ninth grader coming back. You got
deep line drive.
You got 6 juniors. So you got 6, 8. You got 9 guys coming back.
Yeah.
Now, are you losing some quality? Absolutely you are. But the future looks pretty good.
Yeah. And Jackson's future, beyond high school is bright.
Promising,
You just pray that, he stays healthy. And I don't know him very well, but the few times I've interacted with him, he just appears to be a
solid kid
of high quality character and
high pop-up, right center.
Chance.
Second baseman drifting back,
They
getting
made a
that for a
couple of
second
nice
out.
plays there.
Well,
this 21st out, like I said, is sometimes the toughest one to get. And the beauty of baseball is Grandville can't take a knee.
No, you can't run up the clock.
They've got to throw the ball in the strike zone and give us a chance to hit it. So
have you seen our JVs, though? How's our JV team?
I have not.
I'm just
pretty busy, and I just haven't gotten to many games.
Well, you need to relax. See, you don't even know what relax means. You're like me.
I can't imagine my life without baseball.
No, well, I'm with you. No, I got you. Good for you, buddy. You got a wonderful family. Any grandkids?
Got 2. 3, actually.
3.
2 in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
All girls, and then in South Bend, Indiana.
Okay.
14-month-old.
Well, good for you. Yeah. I got the one heading down in during Dead Week of football, heading down to Charlotte to spend a week with my son, daughter-in-law,
and that's Nick there, right?
Yeah, Nicholas. Were you coaching when Nicholas was?
Yes.
There. Okay. Yep. Nicholas is head JV football coach at a big high school. 4,000 kids at Charlotte, South Mecklenburg. It's the largest high school in North Carolina.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's a junior college professor now, got his master's. And
what high school is he coaching
at? South Mecklenburg.
Okay.
It's big. It's the largest one in North Carolina.
My grandkids and my daughter lives near what is called Ardrey Kell High School.
Oh, okay. Yep.
It's also a very, very large high school.
Yeah, they're just big. Yeah, and it's just, it's green all the time, nice weather all the time, and your kids tell you, buddy.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah.
2 outs. This is a very important pitch.
How often do you get down to North Carolina?
Not as often as
I want. Yeah, me too. He's out. That's the game. So what is he saying?
Have a little. The hitter is claiming he's asking Brandon. Coach Bard's asking for help. Question is, was the ball was it foul?
Okay, so
the hitter
now
believes it was, so he's asking for help.
That's a game. So on a controversial ending, I guess, with the okay, so now he's going to talk.
Maybe not. Maybe
not.
I'll let you know.
No.
They're calling it a foul ball.
Calling it a foul ball. All right.
So there's a break. Let's see if we can capitalize.
Yeah, a little excitement here to end this game. Well, hopefully it doesn't end it.
Wow, I'll tell you what. If we could survive that,
a single would be huge. Yeah, right, exactly.
This is the spark we needed.
So what happened out there now? Fill us in again.
The umpire claimed that he originally called a swing and a miss for strike 3.
Okay.
The hitter claimed that the ball was foul tipped.
Okay, gotcha.
And it was off the ground. If it would have was a foul tip,
it was not cleanly caught.
Right.
Gotcha.
And the
now the game ends with a strike.
Now it's a mute point, I guess.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a mute point. So Sailors lose 2, unfortunately, here, and a doubleheader at Lake Michigan Credit Union Ballpark. Final in this game is 2-1. Sailors 5 hits, and the Bulldogs with 9 hits. So, Joe, why don't you take us out of here today?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been a fantastic game, a fantastic day for baseball, and we've had a fantastic crew covering this. Noah and Cohen down the first and third base lines. We've had a camera out in center field. The first 4-camera broadcast went off without a hitch, really, honestly. We got the internet working right at the beginning of the first game. Unfortunately, the Sailors lose both to Grandville Bulldogs, but I'll tell you, it's a win in my book when you get to play baseball at all, and you get to play it on a field like this, and you get to broadcast it with a crew like I've had the opportunity to. So thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to our crew. But most importantly, thank you to our fans who were watching this entire broadcast. And if you want to watch this later, it'll always be on the YouTube page. If you're not a subscriber, please do that. If you're not a fan of our Facebook group page, please do that as well. And we can't wait to broadcast. I believe it's the 26th.
I think it's next Tuesday.
And it is girls soccer.
It's girls soccer. But a special thanks to Walt Golkowski.
Yes, and one more special thanks. I tell you, every time, Walt, we're doing baseball, that kind of stuff, we'd love to have you around.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the opportunity. It's a blast, and I'm happy to do it anytime I can help you guys. I'd love to do it. So
well, listen, give our best to your wonderful and say hi to your wonderful wife for allowing us to steal you from her for this
Well,
day.
listen, I hit the jackpot with her, so she's very supportive.
You're blessed.
She knows how much I love the game, and
it's a team effort. Yes, it is. My friend, drive home safely.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
For Walt, for Nick, for Kimmin, Cohen, and Noah, this is Joe Kanukin. We are Sailor Nation Sports Network. Everybody have a great rest of your weekend. We will see you next week.